A very good afternoon to all the esteemed panelists and attendees today for INAE Engineers Conclave 2021, Day 1. This event is being organized jointly by Indian National Academy of Engineering and International Solar Alliance over WebEx. And I extend a hearty welcome to all of you. The program for the 2 days, that is 26th and 27th October, I'll go it over very briefly. After this inaugural session, which is of 45 minutes, would be theme 1, which would cover engineering challenges for decarbonizing the Indian economy. This will be having a plenary talk by Lord Adair Turner initially, followed by a break. And then there would be 3 technical sessions, each of very relevant topics. And in between, we will have a distinguished address by Professor K. Vijay Raghavan, Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India. At about 5:45, the proceedings of Day 1 would end. And this would be followed by tomorrow, Day 2, starting again at 1 p.m. And there we would have 4 technical sessions under the theme, which is Achievements of Indian Engineering, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, followed by a valedictory session in the end, starting at 5:30 p.m. tomorrow. So with that, I now come over to the inaugural session. This session, we would have a welcome address by Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, ISA and co-chair of the event, which would be followed by a presidential address by Professor Indranil Manna, President INAE and co-chair, who would then welcome our chief guest, Shri R.V. Shahi, former Secretary to Government of India, Ministry of Power, for his inaugural address, followed by vote of thanks. I now extend a welcome to Dr. Ajay Mathur to kindly deliver his welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Colonel Rai. Dr. Manna, Shahi Saab, Chaturvedi Saab, and all participants at the 2021 Conclave of the Indian National Academy of Engineering. First of all, a very warm welcome to all of you. And into this discussion, which I believe is extremely relevant for today's day and age. We focus on the first day on the energy transition, and on the second day on the achievements of Indian engineering with a view to how these can contribute to the engineering of tomorrow. As we move ahead, I think it is important that we also focus on the larger picture. In energy and engineering in general are issues which are of relevance to everybody in the country. We have seen, for example, when we talk of the electricity transition, of how they are changing the lives of people. Over the past few years, we have seen electricity reach almost every household in the country. Under the leadership of our chief guest, who I will introduce in a few minutes, we saw that for the first time, private sector investment came into the electricity sector in such large amounts that we were able to have a position where the supply of electricity far exceeded the demand for electricity, something that this country had never seen. But what it did is that it changed completely the way we look at electricity. Whether it is for powering our cell phones, or whether it is for running our factories, or lighting the bulbs in our home, we all now see electricity as a fundamental given. Nevertheless, it has had problems. It has had problems whether it is in terms of the global carbon dioxide emissions, due to which there is a global view for transition to cleaner fuels, or whether it is because of the large amount of money that India pays in order to import its energy resources, and consequently a move towards locally available resources rather than international resources. Another imperative in recent years has been the local pollution, the local air pollution, largely driven by industries and transport. And moving to cleaner fuels would help us all breathe cleaner air. Whatever the reasons, and across the world, it is a mix of these reasons. We see energy moving in a new direction. It is not all linear. There are backlashes. There are issues related to how do we manage the transition which is something that we hope to focus on. Tomorrow, we will be looking at the engineering achievements. Again, whether I look at the booking, the website for booking of railway tickets completely changed the lives of every Indian, or the cell phone which all of us hold in our hands has completely transformed the lives of Indians. We would very much like to see what these changes have been, and more importantly, what can we do for tomorrow. I am delighted that we have Shri R.V. Shahi as our chief guest. I will note that Mr. Shahi agreed at very, very short notice last night when I was told that the Honorable Minister for Power, who was supposed to inaugurate, is in a Chintan Shiva with the Prime Minister and other ministers. And I had to request Shri Shahi, who readily agreed. I was planning to go down on my knees on a cell phone. It's a little difficult for him to see, but the way in which he very quickly embraced this and said that as a fellow of the Academy, he would be delighted to carry out this function. So many, many, many thanks to you. Shri Shahi, of course, as I mentioned, has been a secretary to the Government of India, and this was the period during which we saw a major expansion occur. It obviously occurred in the generation side, but I would like to share my own personal experience in his role as the Secretary of the Ministry of Power and Chairman of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, in which he enabled the Bureau and enabled energy efficiency to come into our lives and completely transform how we use electricity. More recently, as the president of the Indian Energy Forum, IEF, he has been actively pushing together various stakeholders to discuss the energy transition, whether it is on coal, whether it is on distribution, both thematically and structurally. He has enabled various stakeholders to share their thoughts with a view to how do we manage the years ahead and the energy provision in the years ahead. Shahi Saab, I'm immensely grateful to you for agreeing to be with us. But before I go there, let me request our President, Shri Indraneel Manna, to deliver the presidential address at the 2021 Conclave of the Indian National Academy of Engineering. Shri Manna.
Dr. Mathur, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
we'll go ahead with this.
I'm sorry, there is some issue at my end. I really apologize, but let me address through the audio only. I hope I can continue. Wish to first wish everyone out here a very good afternoon, in particular to our chief guest, Mr. R.V. Shahi, Chairman of Energy Infratech, who is also the former Secretary of Ministry of Power, Dr. Mathur, Mr. Chaturvedi, Professor Pandit, our former presidents of the Academy and esteemed fellows of the Academy, members of the Governing Council, distinguished speakers for this Engineers Conclave, dear colleagues, young associates, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to welcome you all to this 8th Engineers Conclave. We are all aware that INAE, founded in 1987, is the apex peer body in the country catering to the engineering and technology domain. And we primarily help the government and all the entire engineering fraternity to create policy, strategy, and action plans for comprehensive solution in emerging challenges and future directions in engineering and technology. There are 867 fellows and 87 foreign fellows in our academy at the moment, distributed in 10 engineering sections. The academy was steered in the past by luminaries like Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, Dr. Anil Kakotkar, Dr. K. Kasturirangan, Professor P. Rama Rao, Dr. P.S. Goel, Professor B.N. Suresh, Dr. Shanak Mishra, and many others. INAE is the sole representative from India in the International Council of Academies of Engineering and Technological Sciences, CATES. So we are one of the 30 members in this international body and represent India in all policy issues related to the overall engineering and technological domain. INAE pursues consultative and collaborative actions in association with Department of Science and Technology, the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor, Defense Research Development Organization, ISRO, CSIR, and we may have many more in the future. We do recognize the engineering talents at various age groups and professional levels, starting from the young engineering students all the way to the stalwarts in that profession through the Lifetime Contribution Award. INAE also has the young fellows who we elect as the Young Engineer Awardees, and we embrace them as young associates, and even the ones who receive student awards for their engineering projects are also taken in as student members for a period of time. INAE offers distinguished visiting professorship, travel grants, and also mentoring possibilities to engineering teachers and students, and travel grants through a certain association and financial support from All India Council of Technical Education. One of the recent interventions which actually has made a lot of difference is the introduction of Abdul Kalam Technology Innovation Fellowships in collaboration with DST, and this is implemented through ACRB. Abdul Kalam Fellowship is a different kind of an initiative which essentially tries to promote and encourage translational research, taking the fundamentals of engineering and technological domain into viable technology. At the moment, we have 36 such fellows who are working, and this is a fellowship where we not only recognize the talents, but we promote the culture of translational research, and we monitor the progress so that eventually these innovations can pave way for viable technology development. INAE also cares about certain policy issues. For example, INAE is preparing a technology document, how to deal with national disruptions. We are very keen to help the government start a project on civil aviation aircraft. We have worked in the past to create a safe laboratory practice document to dispose of the chemical waste. We have worked on clean coal technology and developed another very important document on recycling of automotive waste. We run various engineering forums, for example, on energy, on engineering interventions for disaster mitigation. Recently, we concluded one on advanced structural materials for India, and in the past, we did one civil infrastructure. INAE also is running an initiative on frugal innovation nurturing program. But this occasion today, the Engineers Conclave, is primarily meant for identifying certain emerging areas, very important area where the country requires certain intervention. And we generally approach in two-pronged action. One is an initiative taken in collaboration with an industry or strategic department or any specific agency. And another theme is taken care by INAE itself. So in the past, the first Engineers Conclave was held in association with DRDO in New Delhi in 2013. And today we are celebrating the 8th of these Engineers Conclave. And you just heard Dr. Mathur explaining that we have two themes selected for the 8th Engineers Conclave, one on engineering challenges for decarbonizing the Indian economy, and the other one, which is steered by INAE itself, is on achievement of Indian engineering scene in association or in collaboration with our initiatives for Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, which is essentially celebrating the country's Diamond Jubilee of independence. Now, I just would like to make one or two comments about why I considered these two initiatives as very, very important and topical as on today. You know, India with its $2.6 trillion US dollar economy and about 6 to 9% growth is already the fifth largest global economy. And actually very recently, until very recently, India crossed $3 trillion. So at that point of time, we were the third largest economy in the world. And with our success in lunar and Mars mission, in harnessing atomic energy and providing a large part of the world with COVID-19 vaccine, India is also a technological power. But in the flip side, we also have certain worries which cannot be completely ignored. For example, in terms of the per capita income, in terms of the Human Development Index, and most importantly, for growth, we need energy. So at the moment, at 1181 kilowatt hour energy consumption per capita, we are at 1/3 of the world average. And if this country has to improve in terms of the infrastructure, healthcare, and various economical growth processes, then obviously the energy demand will increase by a significant amount. So in order to cater to that, we also have to make sure that while economy grows, we do not endanger the environment of the entire Earth. So for that reason, this topic on engineering challenges for decarbonizing or low carbon economy to ensure that India proceeds in the future for in its growth path. This is a very, very important topic for today. And we are extremely grateful that Dr. Ajay Mathur, one of our fellows and at the helm of the affairs for the International Solar Alliance, has come forward and is steering this particular initiative. We are also grateful to Prasevi Pandit, who is taking care of the other theme, Achievements of Indian Engineering, as a part of our INAE initiative on Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So I look forward to listening to all the important experts who will be sharing their views in 5 or 6 different theme-based panel discussions organized. I express gratitude on behalf of INAE for their readiness to join. And in particular, would also like to record our deep appreciation to Mr. Shahi, who has agreed to join us at the 11th hour. Because of certain developments, the Honorable Minister couldn't be present today. But Dr. Shahi, with his rich experience as being the former Secretary of Ministry of Power, I'm sure will give us the most important issues that needs to be addressed in the coming future. So with these few words, I would like to now end my brief remarks and would like to welcome every single participant of our 8 Engineers Conclave on behalf of INAE. And I'm sure the document that we'll produce at the end will make its way as an important clue and lead to Government of India to plan its growth with a low carbon economy and also foster the achievements of engineering projects in India. So thank you very much and Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Manna. I think that the context that you have set, the leadership that you have provided, helps the Academy of Engineering and the engineering profession in general to move towards a place where it finds itself providing the most value-added services to the growth of the Indian economy. And as such, I think it becomes important for us as engineers to look at the challenges ahead. As I mentioned earlier, there is no greater solver of problems than Mr. Shahi. Whether it was looking at the electricity generation in the country, or whether it was looking at how we enable energy efficiency, or now how is it that we enable a view to the future, Mr. Shahi has been a leader. So without any further ado, can I request Shri R.V. Shahi to deliver the inaugural address of this conclave? Shahi Sahab, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ajay, for such a wonderful introduction. We have worked together. It's more out of your affection because of our having worked together in a very nice way for a few years when you changed the face of the energy efficiency agenda. Respected President of INAE, Indrani Mannaji, of course, Dr. Mathur, Pradeep Chaturvedi ji, again, we have known each other for decades. It was a great news when Ajay spoke to me yesterday evening that he would like me to speak in this first session. And I readily agree because this subject is so important. This is what we have been doing for at least last 1 year plus on trying to synthesize the views of many, trying to see what initiatives are on, what further initiatives need to be taken on this main agenda of how do we decarbonize or make it low carbon power generation or energy management. So that was such a tempting topic to talk, and therefore I readily agreed. Also, I readily agreed because if Ajay mentions something and I wouldn't agree, that is impossible to think. So I agreed at short notice and said that it's great. Of course, I have been associated with INAE for years as a fellow. When Mr. Kasturi Rangan once, when I came to the ministry and he said, would you like to join? I said, yes, of course, and I did join. Now, this subject is so important. I think sufficient amount of stress has been given by both our eminent speakers prior to me. But if we look at the period of last 50 years, from close to 70, 75 to now, the subject of energy and climate have dominated the global debate. This coincides also with my getting into the energy sector around later half of 70s. And ever since I have been in the energy sector, this issue of whether coal-based generation where carbon needs to be controlled, etc., have always been the case. But energy as such has been an important subject, irrespective of whether the country is a developed country or a fast developing country or not so fast developing country or underdeveloped countries. It has created uneasiness everywhere. Rich countries, because of the high emissions that have done, like we keep saying, USA is something like 20 tons per capita, and we have been saying we are around 3 or something like that, or less than 3. The global average, much less than 3. And therefore, this uneasiness around energy has been a universal phenomenon. And this debate, as I said, has been there for last almost 50 years. And the challenge has been how a developing country like India, which faced its deficit all along, and in the introductory remarks, Ajay recognized that point and mentioned very eloquently that till the end of the last century and the beginning of the current century, we were having deficit of the order of 20%, 22%, 15%, varying from state to state, and power wouldn't be available, load settings would be the order of the day, etc., etc. So obviously, we have had this problem. In the Indian context, beginning from the current century, and continue to be critical under pressure to control. So on the one hand, we have the great task of providing access to electricity to the people, giving reliable electricity for business and industry. And on the other, we have also the pressure to control carbon. So this has been the case for last several decades. To address the huge challenge of energy deficit, India followed the path of using its internal resource. Because if you have shortage, what do you do? Like you have seen hydropower going down because it has a huge gestation, and coal taking over because it has comparatively a shorter gestation. And therefore, if you have to fight the shortage and provide electricity for all these needs, then obviously India took that path, and all said and done, 60% of our energy lies in our coal. So obviously, coal-based power generation became the most predominant profile in the profile of Indian power sector. To address the huge challenge of energy deficit, and we did this. For transport, several other uses, liquid fuel and gas, India has been faced with the challenge of massive import. The more we have tried to reduce our dependence on import, our import content in the overall consumption of petroleum has increased. Now it is higher than 85%, and gas about 50%. And in the future, if gas economy expands from present 6% to their target of 15%, even 10%, then the import component will be even more than the 50%. So that has been the scenario on the power side, and that has been the scenario on the petroleum side. Petroleum side is used in several industries, in agriculture and in transport, in railways. So these have been the phenomenon of energy segment in India. One, a fossil fuel centric power profile, and so that's a disturbing, that's an area of concern. Fossil fuel centric power profile, of course, area of concern. And another area of concern, little less problematic in terms of CO2, the petroleum fuel. But there the issue has been, the challenge has been, the dependence has been as huge as 85% in case of petroleum and 50% in case of gas. Coal-based power generation witnessed technological changes. Some technological changes. We can't say technological changes, a minor change. At least for the last 40 and odd years that I have been in this sector very closely, as I mentioned, minor changes from subcritical to supercritical to ultra supercritical. But to address this challenge of decarbonizing or low carbon power generation, I would say these have been only peripheral, very peripheral. And I have been a strong critic. I am not a researcher, but I have been a strong critic of. If India had 370 billion tons of coal reserve, and that India wants to also have access to electricity, improve its per capita consumption of electricity, improve its GDP over a long period of time, also reduce the dependence on import, then would it not have been okay, would it not have been desirable that we look into how we use our coal or how we have the power generation technology itself, not using coal, power generation technology. So I think these changes, as you hear, subcritical to supercritical to ultra supercritical has made only a marginal difference, maybe 38% thermal efficiency to 42% thermal. Even gas-based generation, maybe from 45% to maybe 55, between 55 to 60% of thermal efficiency. So both these sectors have been, you can't call it major technological innovation or technological changes, let alone technological disruptions, as it has recently happened in case of, let us say, the solar. Our hydro generation has reduced over a period of time from almost 40% long back. When I left the government, even then we had about 26-27% of the total capacity. Today it is less than 15%. It's about 13 or 12-13%, contributing about similar amount of generation in the overall situation. If we look at this, so that has been because we are talking in Engineers Conclave and we are talking in a forum INAE. As far as energy segment is concerned, I would say, I wouldn't rate, and I'm not very happy to say that because I'm also a part of that process, that research and technology has not been very important and a priority area for us. I mean, we can be saying in seminars, discussing in seminars, presenting papers. Pradeep is here. He asked me to write a paper for the 100 years of Institution of Engineers. I focused only on this and a long article, did some desk research as to when we started, what subject. We started talking of different things to be done 30, 40, 50 years ago. And in many cases, what we discussed 30 years ago, same thing we discuss today without any visible outcome. So that has been the state of affairs insofar as energy sector and contribution. I mean, I have seen a ridiculous type of thing. India had high ash coal content, 40%, but it will send its tons of coal to Pittsburgh to study and to research what type of beneficiation should be done, in spite of having a network of research laboratories in the country and scientists and all there. So I think I have been somewhat critical on this subject, and so was the case in that article that I gave, and they were nice. Pradeep was nice, institutional engineers, to have a good place in that book that came out on the 100 years of this. So technological disruption is a highly demanding word, highly demanding requirement. Even technological changes, power sector continued not to sense or have flavor of this insofar as the most important energy resource of India, that is coal, is concerned. Neither in pre-combustion nor in post-combustion. Pre-combustion continues to remain almost like that, post-combustion even worse. I think that has been the state of affairs of this. But look at the scenario that we have experienced, and the International Solar Alliance that our Prime Minister, I mean, we are proud of him that he set that out, and Ajay is there now, is doing a great job. See the technological changes and technological disruptions that have happened in the case of within a period of 10 years. So if you see 10 years of energy, and if you say 50 years previous of energy, 50 years period of energy, it didn't do even 50% of what this 10 years of this technological disruption is trying to show. And that option has made a big difference throughout the world, and obviously in the Indian context. It also conveys, but it is not, I am not saying that it was not known. Power of solar energy was known. Power of sun, everybody knows, the rural to urban to everywhere. Modules were also known. We were having street light lamps, and then maybe at the crossings, some lamps to control the traffic. So that means modules were known. Research is meaningful if it is affordable to the people. If it encompasses, it cuts across the sections of society. Otherwise, we can say we have done a research, we have done prototype, we have commercialized also, but it is so costly that it cannot be used. It cannot be used. So was the case with solar. My own familiarity with solar, again, California had that solar system. We also had solar system in India. But then I think research must lead to, of course, it will have a lead time, but research and technological development must lead to come to a point that its outcome becomes available for the larger uses of the society, of the people. And that is what has made all the difference in last 10 years, you can say last 5-6 years, even more. And that process is on. It is becoming so affordable that it is competing with almost everybody, everything. And now it is competing in a manner that everybody would want to have it. So much can be made available, but making it available is creating a management problem. Agreed. Suni will be discussing in one of the sessions I saw, how do we manage this transition? One transition is how do we manage transition of coal phasing out? Another transition is how do we manage the inflow of solar power in terms of its non-availability in evenings? What do we do? And that has set in motion, a number of researches that are likely to happen. Number of researches. I think again, I mean, all of us should be proud. The INAE should be proud. The way our industry, I was, again, in that article, I was very critical of not only government, but also of the private sector and public sector industry, including my own earlier company, NTPC and others, to how much we have contributed towards innovation, towards technological development, towards breakthroughs, towards disruptive technologies leading to this type of outcome. And one will say, one will not rate very high on the efforts and on the outcomes in any case. So I think this has started the chain of actions. And around this now, whole energy profile is being and needs to be reworked. Recently, only 2 documents that are in reference, important documents. This National Energy Policy set out by NITI Aayog, 2017 draft, it still continues to be draft. And more recently, early 2021, India Energy Outlook by International Energy Agency. There's a difference. 2017 draft of Niti Aayog puts coal-based generation even in 2040 at around 42%. 42%. So that means that remains that. And wind and solar put together around let's say about 25% or so, 26%. The latest document of the International Energy Agency, India Energy Outlook 2021, says that at present solar is 5% of generation, and by 2004 and coal is 70%, 68 to 70%. In 2040, International Energy Agency estimates both will converge to around 30%, around 30%. So I give more, this looks to be more credible to me. Of course, 2040 we can't predict today. Anything else again may happen the way technological changes are happening and the way efforts and initiatives are coming in the stream. But then I would feel the document, this draft document of Niti Aayog needs drastic relooking, revisiting, but it cannot be as conservative as that in the light of maybe that 2017 document would have been worked between 2015-16 or so. So in the last 5-6 years again in the solar field, the type of changes that have happened, they are so important and so impressive that it gives you better and better options. And at the same time, our power grid fellows have also started looking into things. At the same time, we have hybrid of solar and wind. That is an alternative that is coming up in many areas. Supercritical type of capacity, large capacities in our Ran of Kutch and maybe in our deserts that are coming in various fields in wasteland, solar capacity is coming. So we have hybrid of solar and wind. So if solar declines or goes out, then wind takes over partly. Of late again, in last 1 year, a lot of awakening has happened on pump storage, along with hydro projects. Large hydro projects, storage projects, develop pump storage, which can pump water at the height, use cheaper solar power during daytime, and then deliver power in the night when solar power is not available. So that means association of solar power with other sources of energy that may give you, but of course you have other thing that has come like hydrogen to power, hydrogen fuel cell, hydrogen for transport. These are massive changes that are happening on the supply side of energy, supply side of power. Changes are also happening in a significant way on the consumption profile. I was associated as the chairman of the advisory board of Railway Energy Management Company, and we identified this problem. Why only 16,000 kilometers of railway track is electric traction? Now we have a massive electrification program of railway lines, and you will see the massive shift from petroleum to electricity. You have solar and other sources of power, and then you have this. Then we have transport electric vehicle in a big way. I think Ajay did a great deal of work on this. As he says, mentioned, Bureau of Energy Efficiency brought to light, BESL and others, all these put together, energy efficiency and how do we change the profile of consumption, how do we make it more efficient at the not only supply side management but demand side management. So all these together are bringing a different type of requirement, and in that availability of solar power together with its alternate backup arrangements are emerging, and they are all highly technology based in which we need to support. What is important is that in India this should happen. In India, I think we need to, and this is a right institution where one needs to again and again reiterate that India, instead of trying to see what is being developed elsewhere and import it, can we also have breakthroughs of this type, not only smaller components here and there, which are also very important, but in a big way, we contribute to this because we can then supply to our neighboring countries and others. So transport is going to see a sea change. Agriculture already now solar. In rural area, they are putting solar so that directly solar pumps are being set in place. even solar electricity distribution to supply power for irrigation, they are coming in place. So whole profile of not only supply side of power is changing, but also consumption side of energy, not only power. So in energy group itself, we will have different profile, significantly distinct from the profile that we have witnessed in the past. I think the important focus that we need to do is how we participate in this process. It is music to the ear of all of us that Reliance has come out, Adani has come out, Tata have come out, government has come out on mission hydro, on mission solar, mission, I mean, whole range of, and not a small amount like we used to talk of 1,000 crore or 500 crore. These are the figures where people are saying they are having a budget of 10,000 crore, and NTPC has come out. I think these need to be integrated, and institutions like this, International Solar Alliance, as well as INAE, institutions like this, they can support the capacity building in these organizations, capacity building, and also supply the brain power, so that the entire transition that is happening. I am not one who believes that coal is going away, but coal will go away if coal does not behave. We have talked in our coal conferences, 2-3 conferences we did, transition of the coal sector itself. And there is larger recognition, wider recognition of this, that if coal has to respectfully survive, it has to address the issue of pre-combustion. How can it be minimized? The carbon can be minimized, and post-combustion, like carbon capture and utilization, can become a reality. So these are some of the things we have been talking. This subject is so large. I think I have taken a couple of minutes more than I needed to take. Once again, I am grateful to both the institutions which have collaborated for such a wonderful theme to discuss, and to the speakers before me, particularly Ajay Mathur and our distinguished President Indrani Mannaji, for this opportunity to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shahi Sir. I think your comments, your speech set, in a sense, the larger picture of where we are headed, as well as the challenges that we face. I thank you very much for these enlightening words. Can I now request Shri Pradeep Chaturvedi to deliver the vote of thanks?
Respected Shahi Sahab, Professor Indranil Manna, Dr. Ajay Mathur, our past presidents, Professor Pandit, and all the distinguished participants to this engineers conclave. It was a wonderful opportunity for us to listen to Mr. Shahi, with whom we have been all associated for a long time, as you mentioned, for decades now. And we have been working on trying to find out the solutions and the problems, and workable solution. That was far more important. Mr. Shahi was involved with the setting up the Energy Conservation Act and the Electricity Act, and making things move on to the public sector participation in a public and private sector participation in the most effective manner. So before I just propose the vote of thanks, let me just, since we had dealt with the energy subjects, let me just give you a few points about where I and Dr. Mathur had been working at INAE for and other fellows also for the energy sector. In 2017, we came out with a report on how does India attain 175 megawatts of renewable power. That was the target, and we suggested various measures that are required. And we were pleasantly surprised that a year later we were told by the concerned ministry that they absorbed most of the recommendations that were given out. And coincidentally, that day we had Lord Adair speaking when our report was released. And today again we have Lord Adair with us to be supporting. So he and Dr. Mathur has been so much connected with the energy transitions, although I had also looked at it from the World Energy Council, but they were the main architects. Now, many of these things that have been talked about, we have seriously looked at INAE for last almost about 6, 7, 8 years, and we have tried to put the things together. Came out with another report on an energy situation in the urban development. And we talked to the decarbonization on a large scale, and whatever you're seeing on the decarbonization, most of these things were discussed in those reports. And last year, when Gates decided to have the energy dialogue and the dialogue on the SDGs, we proposed from the INAE that the major thing should be the decarbonization, and I'm very happy to report that that has been taken as the major issue by Gates. So worldwide, all major academies are discussing on what should be the role of decarbonization. They also accept the pragmatic path. Just saying 2040, 2050 is not the thing. We had a number of deliberations, and everyone feels that technological development could take place, but it takes time. It is easy to say what are the kind of technologies we need, but this creating systems and finding funding for those systems needs time. And secondly, the assimilation of these technologies with many of the deprived countries again takes time. So maybe some countries can do it by 2040, others may go by 2050 or 2060. So a graded kind of a thing that has been debated, and these recommendations will be going from Gates to the Glasgow conference shortly. Even yesterday, Vivek Bandyopadhyay and I made a presentation on the building side, and they have accepted. Earlier, everyone thought that only it's the heating of the buildings which is worldwide important. But by collecting the data and presenting that worldwide, how important is cooling and how the technologies will go. And the cases from India, where we have set down all our laws and all. I mean, last evening, this meeting went on till very late our time, but people thought that the template that has been presented as the India's case by INAE could really be used by many other countries in preparing their cases and then try to do it. So when we are talking of the technologies for the future, we are looking out for many of the disruptive technologies, but it has also been observed that there are many of the existing technologies that also need to be looked into, and their efficiencies have to be really improved. And we have to see how pragmatic we can make these technologies to be used. And also when we are going for the larger scale renewable energy systems or any other introduction of any other these, say like 5,000 megawatts of solar plants or 7,500 megawatts of solar plants, we need to create the systems for upscaling, the management systems for upscaling to the levels where these things do really work, the finances are appropriately used, and technologies are assimilated, and they give the kind of results they need. So even the operational technologies are also to be looked into, which you had been suggesting for quite some time. And ultimately, we need to find out how the carbon dioxide emission or the GG emissions per ton of production can really be de-linked from the energy consumption and the production. Can we really find out? That has to be another aspect which has been being looked into besides the supply of the energy to the different sources. Coal, everyone believes, will have it's not just coal. For all countries, different sources of energy, as you have also said, that will have to continue for quite some time in unison. We can't just say that we stop one source or the other, and the other source will take over automatically from a cutoff date. This just not possible. So all these sources have to be looked into. INAE has spent last 7 years. We just prepared a document for the case for presentation to case. What has INAE done in terms of the SDGs and their role and how these can be attained? And it was surprising to find that a substantial amount of work, when we went through the reports, the substantial amount of work was done by INAE on also, which could be used for finding out the solutions for the SDGs. But this is today's topic, which really links decarbonization of the economy and future achievements of Indian engineering, which really talks of future of engineering and the engineering for future. Both these things have to be really looked into. And I'm sure that this Engineers Conclave will open out many of these many of these opportunities. And I must thank you, Mr. Shai, for your expressing your views. I'm grateful to Professor Manna for presenting his presidential address on behalf of the INAE, and Dr. Ajay Mathur for making his opening statement. And I once again thank all the distinguished guests and welcome Lord Adair to the next session. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chaturvedi. We immediately move into theme 1, which is the engineering challenges for decarbonizing the Indian economy. And as the first plenary talk, we have with us Lord Adair Turner, who chairs the Energy Transitions Commission, the Global Energy Transitions Commission. He's from the UK, but he chairs the Global Energy Transitions Commission, which is a global coalition of major power and industrial companies, investors, environmental NGOs, to work out what are the achievable pathways of companies and countries to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees centigrade. As Mr. Chaturvedi mentioned, we had the pleasure of having Lord Adair Turner with us when we launched the first report on the energy transition in 2017, and I'm delighted that he's here with us again. Lord Turner, the floor is yours.
Good morning here from the UK, though I guess it's sort of midday or early afternoon now in India. It's a great pleasure to be again with the Indian National Academy of Engineering and with Ajay, a good friend. We've worked together for many years now at the International Solar Alliance. As Ajay has said, the Energy Transition Commission has been working at a global level, but also through our detailed national programs in Europe, in India, and in China, to work out what is the way to get to a net zero global economy by around mid-century. And we believe the objective should be that all rich developed economies should get there by 2050 and all developing by 2060 at the latest. But if we accept that broadly mid-century target of getting to net zero, I think what has become increasingly obvious to everybody who has looked at this issue over the last 5 years is that the absolutely central core of the strategy to get to a net zero economy is to electrify as much of the economy as possible. Road transport, certainly in its passenger cars and its light duty, we believe will be almost entirely electrified with battery vehicles. In cooler countries, residential heat may electrify, and there are huge efficiency advantages from the application of heat pumps. And of course, in hotter countries, air conditioners, which are simply heat pumps pointed round the other way, because this is the same technology for heating and cooling, air conditioning will continue to grow significantly with rising living standards. And when you put together a vision of both rising living standards and electrification of areas of the economy that we haven't yet electrified, we believe that total global direct use of electricity could go from 27,000 terawatt hours today to as much as 70 or 90,000 terawatt hours by 2050. And that even in developed economies like the UK or Europe, we will see a doubling or more of electricity use, while in India, electricity use will go up 6 or 7 times, and in Africa, 10 or 15 times. So we know that the future is electric and that we need to greatly expand electricity supply in all of our economies. And not just electricity supply to be used directly, but also to produce hydrogen. We believe that the direct use of electricity could go from 20% of final energy demand to 60% or more, but we see another 15% of final energy demand coming in the form of hydrogen. And increasingly, we think that hydrogen will be produced in a green fashion from electrolysis. And when you put all of that together, you end up with even more electricity needed, a potential increase in global electricity demand, not just from 27,000 to 90,000, but even to 120,000 terawatt hours. We need to build huge amounts of new electricity capacity across the world, and we need to make sure that it is all zero carbon. And we believe that the core route to zero carbon will be through renewables. There may also be a role for nuclear. There may be a role where there should be a role for hydro, wherever hydro is possible. But renewables, wind and solar, will be by far the biggest element of how we provide this greatly increased green electricity system for the future. And the good news there is that the costs of renewables have collapsed, and collapsed to a far greater extent than I dared believe when I first looked at these issues 10 years ago. The cost of solar PV across the world has come down about 85% in 10 years. The cost of producing wind has gone down 60%. That is true in the onshore space, but increasingly too, the cost of producing offshore wind, which are extremely important in the UK's energy mix, are collapsing. And these collapses will continue. It's interesting to remember that the first electricity bids for solar PV in auctions, which fell below $20 per megawatt hour, occurred in 2017. And in 2017, in a speech, I said that I thought within 5 years, the trends were so strong that we could see costs somewhere in the world go below $10 per megawatt hour. And then when I made that speech, I thought, oh dear, I've exaggerated. We won't get to $10. Well, earlier this year in Saudi Arabia, there was an auction won by Aqua Power at $10.5 per megawatt hour. So I'm getting pretty close to my little sort of bet. Nobody offered to take the other side of my bet, but I still consider it a sort of bet. I'm feeling pretty good that sometime before the end of 2022, somewhere in the world, and it will be Chile or Mexico or the Sahara, it'll be the most favorable places, we may dip below $10 a megawatt hour. Across most of the world now, the cheapest way to produce a kilowatt hour of electricity by far is from wind or solar. And that advantage will continue to spread. The good news also is that there is lots of natural resource out there. We often debate whether nuclear fusion might be the technology of the future. The joke about nuclear fusion used to be that people said nuclear fusion has a great future and always will have a great future, i.e. that whenever we got close to it, it would disappear yet further into the future. I think it's possible, but by the late 21st century, nuclear fusion may be with us. But even if it doesn't, we enjoy the benefit of an enormously large, absolutely massive nuclear fusion plant, which has been placed a safe 93 million miles away, and that is the sun. The sun is the most massive nuclear fusion plant you could imagine. And every day it shines down on the Earth 8,000 times as much energy as all human energy use. So we only have to capture a minute little proportion of it, and we can power all of our energy needs, either from solar or from wind, which of course is the indirect product of that solar energy. And even if we set out to get all of 100,000 terawatt hours of electricity from solar, one never would. One would always go for a balance. But suppose one did, one would only have to cover 1.5% of the land area of the world in solar PV panels, or less than 0.5% if we could also use some of the ocean areas. Wind resources are more complex to work out, but IEA estimates show that onshore wind, and in particular offshore wind resources, are massively also in excess of what is required. The IEA at the end of 2019 showed that total technical offshore wind resources could be over 400,000 terawatt hours across the world. So I believe now that the crucial issue in relation to renewables is no longer, are they technically possible? Obvious. Are the resources there? Yes, they are. Are the costs there? Yes, the costs have collapsed. These are now the cheapest way to produce electricity. All the interesting and the difficult issues from wind or solar are about how to balance supply and demand. What to do in a system when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine. Increasingly, we have technical solutions to that problem, the problem of storage. When one is talking about a diurnal balance, a balance between day and night, solar PV during the day, but one still wants to run those air conditioners into the evening, I think that batteries will increasingly provide a cost-effective solution. And we saw in India earlier this year, or was it last year? Maybe it was last year, Renew Power winning a renewable, around-the-clock renewable auction with a combination of solar and batteries, which was cheaper than coal, a combination cheaper than new coal. And I do think we are at the point across the world now where we can say no new coal is required in energy power system anywhere. A separate issue as to when we will be able gradually to exit from existing coal, but we do not need new coal. And for the diurnal challenges, I think we will increasingly look to batteries. But in some countries, for instance, Northwest Europe, the key problems are not diurnal, they are seasonal. They are what would we do in the UK if in the middle of winter, just when electric heat demand for heating was at the peak, we had an anticyclone with low wind in the North Sea. And with that anticyclone lasting not just an hour or two, but a couple of weeks. That is our big challenge. But increasingly, people who model that in the UK believe that the answer there may be hydrogen. Hydrogen made by electrolysis when we have surplus wind and solar, and then returned into electricity by being burned in gas turbines, giving us a new form of thermal dispatchable plant, but in a zero carbon hydrogen fashion. And it is therefore incredibly important across the world that we have a collapsing cost of green hydrogen as the cost of electrolyzers collapse. And we are seeing credible investors across the world committing first to below $2 per kilogram for green hydrogen before 2030, then below $1.50, and then, of course, the strongest statement of all, Mukesh Ambani saying that he can get to $1 a kilogram by 2030. Well, we'll see whether he gets there. That's a big challenge, but that certainly is the direction. That is where we are heading. And in addition, there are a range of other intermediate technologies which are relevant not at the long-term seasonal balance, nor at the hour-by-hour balance, but at the several-day balance, flow batteries, pumped hydro, and liquid air. But alongside storage, good transmission links within countries and between countries have a crucial role to play. We all know that the wider the geographical area which is interconnected in an electricity grid, the more that we will get a natural balance between the sun shining in one part of the world, even if it isn't in another, the wind blowing in one part, even if it doesn't. And that is important, not only to deal with these problems of intermittency and balance, but also for some countries which will be land constrained. I said earlier that across the whole of the world, if we wanted to produce 100,000 terawatt hours of electricity from solar, we would only have to cover 1.5% of the land area, and much of the land area is desert with little alternative use. But if you looked at Bangladesh and you wanted to get all of Bangladesh's electricity from solar, you would have to use about 6 to 10% of the land area. And that would be in a country which has no deserts, but where almost all of the land area is devoted to agriculture to feed the people. So we have some countries in the world which will need to import energy in a new form, and we have systems which will need to balance. And so there is therefore a crucial role for interconnection to link geographical areas for balance reasons, and interconnection in order to be able to supply energy to land constrained parts of the world from areas such as Western Australia, the Middle East, Sahara, Western China, which have solar and wind resources massively in excess of their domestic needs. I therefore see a very major role for long distance, high voltage, direct current transmission lines. And what is interesting is that the economics of these, even over very long distances, are much more favorable than I used to believe 10 years ago. As a rule of thumb, we increasingly work on 1 cent per kilowatt hour per 1,000 kilometers. So 3,700 kilometers from Western Australia to Singapore could be 3.7 cents, US cents per kilowatt hour. That's quite a lot of transmission cost. But if you are Singapore producing your electricity from LNG, and if you can tap into Western Australia electricity, where solar will eventually go below 1 cent per kilowatt hour and wind to an equivalent level, that is an economic proposition. There are also major projects being put forward to link the Sahara, Morocco, into the UK system. And I know that many people are looking at links, as it were, from Gulf to Gujarat, a link across the Indian Ocean. I think that this is a crucial part of the balance of technologies with which we will solve the challenges of this global move to net zero, at the core of which has to be massive electrification. And so I've much enjoyed being engaged with the International Solar Alliance, which is focused on these, and also with the Indian National Academy of Engineering, which is focusing on the challenges within India across all of these technologies. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Ajay. Thank you for this global overview. Immensely grateful to you for bringing together the kinds on the demand side, the kinds of challenges on the supply side, and the question of balance. I think it was particularly important that we saw how these come together in a global context. And I must say, you wove a wonderful picture. Thank you very, very much. We now break for about 20 minutes and begin again at 2:30. It's now 14:11 by my watch, and we begin again at 2:30. So again, many thanks, and we begin in about 17, 18 minutes. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I will see you in Glasgow, Ajay.
Absolutely.
See you then. Bye.
But I see Grover Saab, I see Mr. Dr. Dam, I hope Mr. Praveer Sinha, I see Mr. Soni here. Is Professor Venkatraman here as well?
Yeah. Yes, sir. She's there, sir. Professor Chandra Venkatraman from IIT Bombay is there.
Yeah, good afternoon. Hello. Yeah.
Hi, Chandra, how are you?
Yes, good. Hello, Ajay.
Is Mr. Mohit Bhargav with us as well?
Not yet, sir. Not yet. But okay. Mr. Winfred Dam is there, sir, from
right.
India. Okay.
So while we wait for Mr. Ajay Shankar, Mr. Ajay Shankar is a distinguished fellow at TEDI who has been working on the move towards renewables and writing extensively about it. He worked for many years in the power sector. He was in the Ministry of Power in many positions and retired as Secretary to the Government of India in the Department of Industrial Planning and Policy, after which he was the Member Secretary of the National Manufacturing Competitiveness Council. While we wait for him, let me begin with the discussion on the issue of the integration of renewable energy technologies in the electricity sector. Now, as we see, there has been a large growth, at least in percentage terms, though not in absolute terms, in renewables, both wind and solar. In India, the installed capacity is now about 80,000 megawatts. But the challenge is that they provide the cheapest electricity only when the sun is shining and the wind is blowing. When the sun is not shining and when the wind is not blowing, what do we do in that case? And consequently, the integration of renewable energy, of these intermittent renewable energy technologies into the grid becomes important. As Lord Adair Turner had mentioned, there are many options. Nuclear is an option, and so are batteries, pumped storage, as well as the, till we have coal power, the ability to bring coal power plants on and off, particularly during the hours when there is a great demand or when there is a demand and there is no supply of these solar and wind technologies. It is with this background, what we have also seen is that the prices of renewables, as Lord Adair mentioned, have fallen dramatically, whether it is wind or solar. I'd also like to point out that the prices have been falling pretty dramatically for battery storage as well. And in the last 4 years, we have seen an almost 80% decline in the prices. I have Mr. Ajay Shankar online. Let me just see what he says. Namaskar, sir. Bilkul theek hai, sir. Would you be able to join now, sir? Oh. So I think the challenge, therefore, is one, managing the current hydro and coal power plants we have so that we get the best use out of them while also getting the best use of the solar and wind capacity that exists. The second is that in the longer term, how do we build up the load, nuclear, wind, solar, biomass, so that it is able to contribute to a stable, non-fossil fuel supply of electricity. Even today, these non-fossil fuel supplies account for approximately 38% of the power generation capacity in the country. And consequently, I don't think that is going to be a huge problem in meeting the 40% target for non-fossil fuel electricity capacity that we had put forward as part of our Paris nationally declared contributions. As we look forward, we look at multiple options. We are also looking, as the International Solar Alliance, we're also looking at an option of connecting various parts of the world. So get solar electricity from the place where the sun is shining to places where the sun is already set. What we need is an interconnector. Will such interconnectors make sense? We have commissioned a study, and hopefully in a month or so, we'll be able to share the results with you. But as we go along, can I request, if Mr. Ajay Shankar has joined, if he can take over, or else I will request Mr. Soni to start and share his thoughts on how do we enable this integration in the years ahead.
Thank you, Mathur sir. Thank you, INAE. Thank you, ISA, for this opportunity, fellow panelists. Yes, so the topic is, how do we integrate large-scale renewable technologies, particularly in this part of the world? So, energy transition, one thing is certain that it's not going to happen overnight. It will take decades, and rightly so, we should very cautiously keep moving and steadily move forward. The few things, and I'll come first to the resources are changing. Resource mix is changing. It has been changing in the past, but now it's changing very fast. We have no more tamed thermal and hydros, and we have wild wind and solar. So the resource adequacy becomes the first thing we have to do. And resource adequacy in the sense that, how do we forecast load? Granular, how do we forecast each kind of resource, and 8760 hours. This is first thing one has to do at a very granular level and in all the time horizon. That's first thing if you want to integrate renewable in a large scale. The second is that having got the feel of the resources and the load, the transmission large synchronous grid is the first option, which fortunately India has done right from last decade and a half. We were trying to harness diversity of India, and now that is coming to our rescue as far as the renewable is also concerned, sir. We have 1.5 hour time diversity. We have huge resource diversity in the country, completely hydro in Northeast, completely thermal in West Bengal, and Himachal completely hydro. So we have a variety of resources in the country. And now this new wind and solar also has come. So a least regret thing which one has to do is to build a very strong grid. There is no substitute. And this grid, besides helping us in integrating renewable, helps us in causing economy, brings reliability, brings resilience, which we have seen in all these kinds of cyclones. So making a grid, strong grid, near constraint-free grid should be the numero uno solution for this. Now, we have got a lot of flags in the last decade saying that it is very expensive and so many other things. But I hope now everybody, the worldwide, would recognize how important it is. So let me expand this to some extent. Our neighbors, Bhutan, Nepal also are synchronously connected. Bangladesh is asynchronously connected, but we should very soon connect it synchronously. And OSOWOG must be pursued in right earnest. It's doable. We have shown it in India how it can be done. It can be done elsewhere also, sir. Sir, it is also for market to operate. Sir, countrywide, we have one market. See, yesterday, Honorable Minister, launched GDAM. It's a pan-India market. Anything which we do is a pan-India, and that gives us large footprint, larger balancing area, and helps us in all respect. So on transmission, the more I talk, it is less because it's something, in all respect, it is important, and particularly for renewable integration. So next issue will be flexibility. So the base load is out of our dictionary because now the generation is also fluctuating, load is also changing its shape. So flexibility is the mantra, and we need it in the entire spectrum, not only generation, all kinds of generation, demand, even contracts, we need flexibility. At present, we have a lot of rigidity in contracts, say in gas contracts or even thermal PPAs. So those flexibility has to be brought in. We need markets which are a little flexible, that if I miss in one market, I should be able to go to the other market. So flexibility in the market and regulation, policy, every aspect needs flexibility. And India has been working on this front. We have a huge literature available, machine by machine flexibility, and GIZ and others have been helping us. We are now able to come to 40%. Just 5 years back, 70% was almost an impossible thing. So there's a lot of things which we can do, even gas peaking. So all kinds of flexibility has to be introduced. It's again a least regret solution, whatever may be the technological change. Sir, we can't predict technological changes by 2040, 2050, whether the hydrogen will come or modular near reactors will come and what kind of things. But flexibility is something which would pay. And I always say that even for human bodies also, it is a flexibility yoga, which we, you do it, it's always helpful to you. So now storage will also come. There is no doubt about it. But on storage, my view would be that all kinds of technologies we welcome, be it battery energy storage, be it pump storage. But pump storage are gigawatts. We have the potential now that off reverse, smaller hydro, much quicker, much cheaper. So we should have pump storage from the top and battery storage from the bottom. And somewhere they will converge as the cost of battery will come down. We need battery at the distribution level for resilience, where we can avoid wires, where the right of way is an issue. So we should have smaller modular batteries there and pump storage from the top. But how to utilize all these things in a proper way? We have a federal structure, wind somewhere extra, solar somewhere else. So we need a market and a pan-India market again. Fortunately, we have a pan-India market now, day-ahead market. Last year, we started with real-time market. So once you have a market, then balancing becomes much easier in the real time also. It also causes economy. Portfolio balancing gives you a lot of options. One can have a long-term contract, short-term contracts, and particularly for renewable integration for the states which are having predominantly solar or wind, they can make full use of it, sir. So one more product which has to come very quickly, that is demand response. Demand response is the cheapest solution. The last 1% of the load duration curve, being met in the resource adequacy through capacity is very expensive. And we can plan for demand response. And that's something which we need to pursue, and it should come as a market product. And it's again doable. Large industries and hotels and air conditioners where it doesn't. So the other part is the basic ecosystems at the ground level, at the state level. When we talk of market, when we talk of so much of balancing, we need proper metering, proper IT infrastructure, proper capacity building, so that every player can make best use of it, and the system as a whole we gain. One more last 2 points, sir, and then I sum up. I know that time is only 5 minutes for us. Is that the distribution level, how the load will behave tomorrow once it becomes a prosumer, you still don't know, sir. For last 100 years, we knew how the generators will behave. Load was taken as load. Whatever it does, we will feed it. But now load has become prosumer, and how they will behave in which part of the country, we don't know really. So we need distribution system operators. It's an institution which has to come up the way state load dispatch center, state transmission utility, regional load dispatch centers have come. We need distribution system operators who will have no conflict of interest, but would ensure that the right augmentation takes place, things are non-discriminatory, and gives a proper feedback to the planners and the regulators. The challenges are many, but so are the opportunities. And it's a happening place. It's a something which is doable, and Indian subcontinent grid expanded a bit more. Singapore and Delhi frequency should be same in the next decade or so, and we would be able to absorb renewables very comfortably with all these actions. As a grid operator, I really look forward to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Soni Saab. You have been a great teacher. The reports that Soni Saab did and his successors continue to do on the website of POSUCO are a source of great inspiration on how to manage the transition. I see Ajay Shankar Saab has joined us. Sir,
my apologies for being late. So some technical glitches, but I'm glad to be with you.
Sir, we have started with Mr. Soni. We have
So may I now
Dr.
request Dr.
Grover.
Grover? May I request Dr. Grover to give us the benefit of his wisdom and insights?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ajay Shankar. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay. I think Mr. Soni has expressed very good points. And what I like to say is that an energy crisis which we are witnessing around us in India as well as at the global level, one may call them as low carbon energy stress. The low carbon energy stress is manifesting in various countries in various ways, and the flaws in strategies for implementing energy transition are unraveling. I think I like to go back to Economic Survey Volume 2 published in August 2017, which was the first major document in India to make a reference to social cost of energy generation. The social cost is defined as in the economic survey was plant level cost, cost of carbon, external cost of intermittency, the opportunity cost of land, the stranded assets, and the cost of government incentives. The survey also cautioned that investment in renewable energy be made in a calibrated pace, looking at the total cost accrued to the society, and there was a hint about it in what Mr. Soni just said. Many opinions were expressed at that time about the survey, but what we see now, the stressed finances of discoms all around. While one can point out certain proximate causes, but the ultimate cause is the fact that we are not following a systems approach. We have to look at the electricity system as a whole. That is generator, transmission system, distribution system, consumer, and what happens when you add an additional generator, how it will affect the existing assets. And always remember that the cost at the generator end is not the same as the consumer end. And it's very good that this particular topic of integration is being discussed today. At the global level, all have realized the possible faltering in the electricity supply from intermittent renewables. Several nations have openly expressed their concerns for intermittency, its impact on energy prices, and we have seen that energy prices in many countries have gone up. And they have expressed their support for nuclear energy as a zero carbon base load, complementing the role which renewables are playing. While talking of the energy sector as a whole, various technologies, it's very good to be ambitious, but one also has to be a realist. Realism demands that we respect diversity in the energy mix. Mr. Soni already indicated the kind of diversity which we have in the energy mix, and we should have much more diversity as we go forward. We should include all low carbon sources in our energy mix. Decarbonization can be best managed by having a diverse portfolio of technologies arrived based on an integrated analysis. Diversity will provide us security against supply disruption, resilience against severe events, hedging against price fluctuations, and also against unknowns about various technologies. So all low carbon technologies, hydro, nuclear, solar, wind, should be exploited and provided with a level playing field in terms of finance, citing stipulations to discoms for purchase obligations and comparable tax breaks, and preference being given to indigenous supply chain. And this is a very important for a country like ours. We cannot forget that we have indigenous supply chain for certain technologies, and wherever it doesn't exist, we have to create that. And for this purpose, the central government will have to activate multiple policy levers so that we do achieve low carbon mix as soon as possible. Once we have a diverse energy mix, the problem of integration of intermittent sources will be minimized. Managing energy transition and continuing development on both these at the same time will take time. Low carbon generation cannot be ramped up fast, and therefore we should not demonize coal. For quite some time, it's going to be with us. In energy transition literature, there's a term being used these days that is trickster technologies to represent those technologies which are not there at the moment. So I always find that if you try to see any paper which various modelers write, count the number of this may happen, this will happen, this may happen, mays and wills, you will know that we are talking about technologies which will come up in the future, which, as Mr. Soni just said, that technology changes are not predictable. So we have to build in enough diversity so that those technologies which may not come up, they are taken care of because of diversity which we have in the energy mix. I end by stressing that a diverse portfolio is a must to provide energy security and integrate all low carbon technology. And we should not forget the importance of an indigenous supply chain. I hope I have not exceeded my 5 minutes. Thank you. I stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Grover. Certainly, everybody would agree on the need for indigenous capacities as well as a diverse portfolio, but fossil fuel free. That is what mankind needs. So we need to accept that as a starting point. May I request Sri Praveer Sinha now, CEO and MD of Tata Power, to give us the benefit of his wisdom and insights. Mr. Sinha?
Sir, I think Mr. Sinha is not yet available. We could go on to the next speaker.
Can we move on to Professor Venkatraman, IIT Bombay? If you are available.
She's there, sir. Yes, sir, she's there.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Shankar. And I will follow on the heels of the discussion. Mr. Soni gave us a very integrated idea of the grid and suggested, of course, that diversity in the energy mix with the renewable energy focus or renewable energy technology focus is important, and how to bring them really into the main grid itself. And then, of course, we heard very interesting insights from Mr. Grover regarding various aspects of the costing, including social cost of electricity generation. Now, I would like to kind of shift a little bit to the decentralized technologies within the mix, and to give, to look at the energy transitions that are occurring in, let us say, the non-formal sectors, like, for example, the residential, where we are trying to move out of biomass-based cooking, kerosene lighting into, either renewable, which may be solar, or we might be even looking at induction kind of stoves with some kind of solar rooftop or some kind of, decentralized energy technology. And another perspective I would like to give in terms of low carbon or decarbonization is that we have been looking at our NDCs, which have been largely focusing on the greenhouse gases as the primary target of our climate-based mitigation. And of course, the energy sector is one of the big targets there. However, from the climate point of view, as well as from the air pollution point of view, we are now recognizing that short-lived climate forces, many of which are air pollutants, and let us say we focus only on particulate pollution, which is the air pollution part, which contains the black carbon, which is a strong warming agent. Then if we look at these and extend the idea of decarbonization beyond GHGs to also reducing these air pollutants and these short-lived climate forcers, the sectors that become very important are residential cooking, residential lighting, where we want to move or have the transition, energy transitions taking place from the traditional technologies into a newer technologies, as well as things like diesel generator sets, diesel agricultural pumps, etc., etc. So just, that while we continue to have the main focus on electricity generation, coal-based, the shift from coal-based industry and electricity generation to non-fossil, we also have the opportunity to put in decentralized renewable energy technology in the informal sectors, both residential, informal industry, bricks, etc., where these transitions would benefit both air pollution and what are called the short-lived climate forces. So essentially, just wanted to make this point as a possible opportunity also for us to then expand business and manufacturing towards the big market that we have, new devices and so on a decentralized basis. That's all is my contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Venkatraman. I think I was this is music to my ears, because I think in the absorption of global trends and fashions, we tend to forget how important in the Indian context the decentralized challenges are, and how, to what a large extent, they are low-hanging fruit actually, but not getting the kind of holistic attention that they deserve. So I do hope this gets greater traction as we move forward in the coming years. And certainly clean cooking is a very important SDG goal. And I think India could really make a huge transition, as well as the use of bio-waste. The whole of bio-waste as a kind of mission mode to use it intelligently, rationally, non-polluting manner. These are low-hanging fruit as far as I'm concerned. So I do hope this gets forward movement and your voice carries more weight. Thank you. Is Mr. Winfred Dam there? I hope I can see him.
Yes.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome. So may I request you for your thoughts?
Yes, thank you. And let me take away my notes and response to the previous panelist to spice up a little bit the discussion. Thank you so much for your introductory words. And let me start with Mr. Groover. And you said very rightly that diversity is very important. Is 60% of electricity market diverse? So I would say India didn't go for diversity in the past, so we have to go. That would imply to stop new additional coal power plants. You asked for indigenous energy, agreed. Is India rich in uranium? I'm not aware. So I'm not sure whether nuclear is the right path to go large scale for India. Besides, check the cost at nuclear in UK. They come up with a new nuclear power plant on the cost of about 10 rupees plus inflation. What a beauty is solar in India with a cost of 2 to 3 rupees only, non-inflation adjusted. So in an inflation of whatever, 5 to 7% in India. What is the price of solar now in 2030 you build now? It's less than 1.5 rupees. What is the same cost of the same solar in 2040, assuming the same inflation? It's less than 0.7 rupees a unit. How cheap you want to have electricity in this country? I think this is amazing. And 0.7 rupees now for 2040 in comparison to 10 plus whatever is inflation for nuclear as UK prices. Of course, it's cheaper in India. You can compare how much more costly nuclear will be. I'm not talking about the waste issue. I'm not talking about the threat of terrorism and so on. Let's come back to costs. Currently, what has been the electricity price on the exchange recently? More than 10 rupees. So we have the discoms with us and the generators, how much money they make with renewables currently on the exchange. What a marvelous option. What would have been the option if India would have achieved the 175 gigawatt renewables by March 22 as being envisaged a couple of years back? We wouldn't have the issues right now if we would have stick to that planning and promise. That would help a lot, would have saved a lot of funds for the economy in India and would have reduced the import bills as well. NTPC, to spice up the discussion a little bit, is still planning of more than 30 gigawatt of coal-fired power plants, according to the communication to its shareholders, from last August. This is calling for the stranded investments of tomorrow. So let's discuss whether this is a reasonable path, but thankfully they are envisaging to have doubled their goal for renewables to 60 gigawatt by now, which is marvelous, and I think the right path. Sadly, I believe that India needs to even increase those goals. So if I follow up the Prime Minister Modi's vision, he's talking about electrifying the transport sector, being energy self-sufficient by 47, and lead the world in hydrogen. Great, Europe requires hydrogen imports. We would love to buy hydrogen from India. But of course, this requires a lot of green renewable investments. And if I all sum up this all together, including the 450 gigawatt goal for 2030, I easily come up to a demand of 100 gigawatt annually additions for renewable for India, following only the demand of Mr. Modi. What is happening if it's not happened? So check e-mobility sector. How fast are sales of dropping in diesel? That's amazing. Ask an Indian vendor of diesel cars on, let's say, the upper classes. 2-3 years back, 80% of the cars were diesel, be it a BMW, Mercedes, and so on. Nowadays, less than 10%. So this happens in only a few years. So the same might happen for energy as well, while very many are looking for renewable supply only. And I would love to purchase renewable electricity only, but I'm still not allowed. So we have to tackle, as Mr. Soni rightly pointed out, the flexibility issue in the markets and the market design. Flexibility is fairly easy. We have the storage of millions of years of the sun. Nowadays it's called coal. So why do we burn this valuable storage without high efficiency all the time and not make it flexible? Yes, I'm glad how fast India has moved to flexibilize its coal-fired power plant, but we can, or India can do more on that. Next thing, as Mr. Soni rightly pointed out, demand response. More than 5% of the electricity demand is being demanded for less than 5% of the hours of the year. It doesn't make sense to build power plants for just a few hundred hours a year. So it's so cheap to shift that peak by demand response. but the laws have to permit it and the regulation, and there needs to be some incentives for people doing that. Mr. Ajay Shankar asked for the OSOWOC or the Green Grid Initiative coming from Germany. In the Cold War, our strongest enemy has been Russia. Nevertheless, we built at that point in time natural gas pipelines with Russia and traded a lot. How about India having a power line with Pakistan, trading electricity with one of its enemies? On the similar side, I think it would benefit both sides significantly and would give some other implication on the positive side too. Last thing, I think nobody knows what is the best way of, let's say, storage for the future altogether. And there is not one solution to it. Of course, we need more pump storage hydro. And there are many opportunities in India to be better exploited. So convert conventional hydro plants to pump storage wherever it's possible. Come up with a kind of pulsed hydro. Even on those things, improves the efficiency there. But on the other hand, batteries is for sure a solution. Even you might think about thermal storage, like Carnot storage things, using the existing coal-fired power plants or similar issues. So there are many opportunities, but the regulation needs to provide the, let's say, incentives to go ahead. And it's much cheaper than coming up with additional fossil power plants. Probably so much as an input from my side. Looking forward to the discussion and hope I spiced up the discussion sufficiently. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dam. I can always trust you to do so, to spice up discussion and provoke thought and strong responses. But I would like to make a more substantial point for the benefit of everybody who's listening in, that the world is at a major inflection point. And extraordinary changes are happening both in technology, policy, regulation, etc. And therefore, each one of us owes it to ourselves to, say, go back to the drawing board and critically examine all our settled assumptions and beliefs and test them with the current technological reality, the current reality of costs, and the need to get away from fossil fuels as soon as possible to save our civilization. So my request to everybody would be just pay attention to these three things. Question every settled assumption, every settled belief. Look at technology as it stands today, costs as they stand today. And the starting point of all discussions should be, how soon can we get away from fossil fuels if mankind is to survive? And that's a necessity. So, and as usual, you provoke a lot of thought, and you've done that for me, and I'm sure for many other listeners. May I request Shri Gurdeep Singh, CMD NTPC, one of our pillars of the energy system in India.
Sir, we have from NTPC, Mr. Mohit Bhargav. He is the CEO of Vidyut, NTPC Vidyut Vyapar Nigam.
So, Mr. Mohit Bhargav, please, may I request you for your comments?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. And apologies that our chairman couldn't join because of last-minute commitment. So, yeah, good friend Mr. Dam is always raising interesting issues. Just one correction there, Mr. Dam. We don't intend to set up another 30 gigawatts of coal-based capacity. I think there was some miscommunication there, because our focus entirely has shifted towards renewable, and we have in fact upscaled our targets of renewables to 60 gigawatts in the next 10 years. And in fact, we have been on record to say that we won't be doing any new greenfield coal-based projects. So that's that. And Ajay Shankar sir, I think that also is a pointer of the things. When I heard a editorial op-ed yesterday saying that big daddy of coal in India, NTPC, has also upped its target of renewables, and therefore it is time for everyone else also to consider that that is where a lot of action is going to be. Having said that, On the RE integration side, I think Mr. Soni has covered most of the points. I don't really need to add more on the integration side. And as Mr. Dam also pointed out, that we have been working with various agencies, including IGF and USAID and DFID, to ensure that all our coal-based plants are also ready for flexibilization, and we have been able to do get them ready to a large extent. And in fact, we've also tried to ensure that the ramp rates and so on and so forth. What we definitely need to keep in mind, and probably just one number, the load in the grid today swings from 30,000 megawatt as far as NTPC is concerned, for example, to 45 to 50,000 megawatts. So in a day, we are looking at a load change from 30,000 megawatts to 50,000 megawatts. So that's a huge number. And which is why it is important that as a grid, as a system, we are able to take care of all these things so that the grid runs in a stable manner, the supplies are ensured, and everyone is not affected, because no one practically knows how the grid is operating. I mean, for you and me sitting at home, we are in the power sector, so we know how the grid is operating, but for a huge mass of the country's population, they're probably not operating. Every time they switch on an air condition, how does the grid operate? So we are not going there, but suffice to say that at NTPC, our focus has become much more on energy transition. And we have identified, obviously, renewables as a pillar that will be leading NTPC down the energy transition pathway. Of course, along with that, I think I also heard Professor Chandra Venkatraman talking about looking beyond decarbonization and looking at all the other pollutants. So I just wanted to lay it out there that NTPC, all our existing coal-based plants are also probably among the leaders in the sector in terms of incorporating the FGD technology and DNOx systems. So all in all the MOEF guidelines, which appeared tough like 4 years ago, we are on track to achieve all of those targets in the next 1 or 2 years. And need I say, probably NTPC is the only one who has committed to that kind of expenditure. And because we feel that we are not only the largest in the country, we also owe it to the country to ensure that our generation is, to the extent possible, fully, not only fully compliant, but also as environmentally friendly as possible, considering coal it is. So when we talk about renewables, 60 gigawatt is the number, and that's up from 30 gigawatts. What we intend to do, sir, in the next 10 years is that our renewables portfolio will be practically equal to our coal-based portfolio by 2030, 32. And which is an important thing. And I don't need to add that beyond that, obviously, there'll be more renewable addition and probably some retirements on the coal side, which will keep happening. When we talk about storage, and a lot of discussions have happened in the country, outside the country, and everyone keeps talking about battery and pump storage, and Mr. Dam also mentioned about thermal storage. So NTPC also has plans on the board for taking these things forward. What we are looking at is how we can, and incidentally, of course, the government of India has now started coming out with bids which are focused on RE on round-the-clock basis. That includes storage. So when they're asking for bids with RE, they're also asking for people to supply RE on a round-the-clock basis or on a peak hour basis. What that entails is that we'll necessarily have to build in some storage, whether it's battery or pump storage. So these are things also which are part of our plan. What's more important is that I think green hydrogen or hydrogen was referred in passing. I think that's going to be the really big play, not only in India, but across the world. And green hydrogen becomes a very, very suitable play for India, because in India, the renewable resources are very good. We have already cracked the price barrier of 2 rupees on the solar side. So it's much easier for us to leverage these low-cost renewables to produce green or renewable hydrogen. And this will not only enable energy transition of companies in the power sector, this will also enable energy transition of industries across the board. So whether we talk about the refinery sector, the fertilizer sector, the natural gas sector, the steel sector, and people are also considering aviation sector and marine sector. And of course, I'm not covering mobility sector, because that in any case, things are moving forward on that. So green hydrogen, if we are able to achieve scale, if we are able to actually achieve a cost competitiveness, and in fact, one of the earlier discussions we had about a couple of months ago, I had actually put out that NTPC is willing to sign today an offtake agreement with anyone who's willing to sign with us for $2 per kilogram of hydrogen, which is a threshold barrier or a psychological barrier everyone keeps saying. So 5 years down the line, I am willing to supply that at that numbers, and I'm quite happy to sign an offtake agreement today. And if people are willing to come on board, we'll be happy to take that forward because we have access to land. We feel that with the scale we are talking about, we'll be able to crack that number. So hydrogen, green hydrogen will be a good part of our renewable portfolio. And because we also feel that one number which people probably refer to in passing, there's a 450 gigawatt number by 2030. So I'm not sure how much of that capacity will actually be absorbed into the grid. So a lot of that capacity will actually need to be used for creating products which will be used by a lot of other industries. Because as per some initial estimates of CA, the total peak demand, even in 2030, is expected to be about 330, 340 gigawatts. So if we have 450 gigawatts of renewable, out of which almost 300 plus gigawatt would be solar. So there has to be ways and means to absorb that number of electrons into the grid. So we feel that green hydrogen is going to play a very important part. And this will be an important pillar. We have already made commitments as under NDC. India has made very substantial commitments. We feel that these can be very easily upscaled in the next decades when we have moved much more faster. And ultimately, we feel that green hydrogen could potentially also offer solutions as a storage. Today, it appears inconceivable to consider green hydrogen as storage because it's much inefficient to actually produce green hydrogen and again use it back for producing electricity. The round-trip efficiency is much lower compared to battery. But maybe 10, 15 years down the line, it's quite possible. So I'll not like to take more time, sir. I'll be happy to take questions if any. But I feel that energy transition for India, for NTPC, has already started happening. And we are already firmly moving on. And I don't see anything pulling us back now. We only need to ensure that we are able to keep moving at the pace which we have set for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhargav. All that you said is so reassuring for everybody who's concerned about the transition. And I'm so glad NTPC is leading the way. So maybe look forward to the day when NTPC would announce that it will become net zero by which year. I leave the thought with you. I don't want an answer. Now, is Mr. Sinha in or out? Have we completed the panel discussion?
No, sir. He couldn't join, sir.
Okay, then we have some time, I think, before the next session. So would you like me to make a few comments or would you like me to throw it up for question and answer?
I will, there are several questions which are directed at nuclear. If you permit, I can answer them now or I can answer them after you have spoken.
Yeah, thank you. I'll come back to that. So the organizers, what is your advice?
No, I think it's best if the panelists can talk among themselves or you can take questions from the participants.
So are there any questions from the participants? We can get that up and then I will add a few questions on so to get the one I've already posed to NTPC. But the 2-3 key questions are that would a very drastic change towards time of day pricing create the right price signal for demand side management to take care of flexibility in generation? Because right now, the consumer price doesn't move in a manner which reflects the marginal cost of producing electricity. And as we go forward to a larger share of renewables, certainly this will become more important. The other issue is taking forward Professor Venkatraman's thought of going down to the village level. Then is it time for us to move in for a feed-in tariff for decentralized solar power generation across the board? We have 6 lakh villages in the country. Getting 1 megawatt in each village should not be difficult. We have 6 lakh megawatts and certainly greater dispersal of employment and wealth rather than 6 lakh megawatts of large grid solar projects. The other is that can we use the instrument of feed-in tariff to bring about the other transitions in using the bio-waste generated in the country in a manner which is non-polluting and it becomes a valuable renewable energy source. And similarly, is there something that we can do for getting a clearer map on the hydrogen economy? Because to my simple way of thinking, if solar power is cheap, it should first replace fossil fuels fully and look at green hydrogen as solutions for the industrial sector as a subsequent point. Because the first requirement should be replacement of fossil fuels. Now, if we want to replace fossil fuels as soon as possible, what is the new ways in which we have to take a long-term view and of net present value of investment decisions? Because I don't think we are doing that in a manner which is factoring in the surge of renewables that is bound to happen, is already. So with these questions, I leave the floor open to the panelists, whoever would like to move in and with whatever responses. Dr. Grover, you had come in first, so let me give you the first opportunity.
Thank you, Ajay Shankar. I want to respond to some of the questions which were raised by Mr. Dam. He talked about waste management issues, cost of nuclear, and indigenous supply chain. Let me say that as far as indigenous supply chain is concerned, for pressurized heavy water reactor, we have completely indigenized the supply chain. All components and equipments are manufactured in India. It's an Indian design of reactor, and we are moving ahead. The government currently 700 megawatt pressurized heavy water reactors are under construction.
Dr. Grover, may I give a sharper focus to Mr. Dam's question?
Yes.
Do you see nuclear power competing on cost with solar plus storage?
If you look at the total cost, total system cost basis, yes. Total system cost basis answer is yes.
Would you give some kind of numbers?
The numbers
this is the total cost of nuclear vis-a-vis solar plus storage, 10, 15 years down the road.
10, 15 years, yes, numbers are the capital cost of pressurized high water reactor under construction is 15 crores per megawatt.
Cost of electricity per unit is what people understand.
Cost of electricity currently we are generating at average price is something like 330, 350 in that range.
10 years down the road. That was
10 years down the road also, for the indigenous reactors, it will not go up. It will be competitive. For the reactors, light water reactors, which are being constructed in the West, which we may import at some stage, it's going to be, there it will depend upon the interest rate on the capital which is invested. If the interest rates are competitive the way they are for Kudankulam, still it will be competitive. If the interest rates are not, then I'm afraid those kind of technologies will not be able to work in India. Pressurized heavy water reactors and the kind of reactors which we are erecting at Kudankulam, they are competitive and they will remain competitive with solar plus storage. He referred to the issue, two more issues, waste and terrorism. Let me take them one by one. As far as the waste issue is concerned, India follows closed fuel cycle, where we reprocess fuel. So our generation of waste per megawatt of electricity generated is very low. Even from the high level waste, which is generated in the process of reprocessing, there we are going for actinide partitioning, where minor actinides are separated, isotopes which are long-lived radioactive isotopes like strontium-90 and cesium-137 are separated. The waste volumes are very small, and we have demonstrated all this at industrial scale. Issue of terrorism, well, yes, that is taken very, very seriously in the kind of management structures we have. India is the only country where nuclear power plants.
That we accept. Can we give the other panelists a chance to respond to something else?
Yes, okay, fine.
So if you permit,
I have to leave at 3:30, please, so I will be quitting at that time. Okay.
No, we will wind up at 3:30 also.
So if you permit, sir, Mohit here, can I come in?
Please.
Just a couple of points. Waste to energy, I think you mentioned that's a very important thing. And as part of NTPC's strategy, in fact, that's a one of the roles which my company, which I am heading right now, NTPC Vidyut Vyapar Nigam. So we are looking at waste to energy projects. In fact, we were looking at waste to energy for production of electricity. But what we've also realized is that probably offtake of electricity from waste to energy is always going to be an issue. And a lot of discoms do raise issues. Sir, just a minute, sir. Just a minute.
A thought for you to respond to, a separate feed-in tariff for waste to energy, would that work?
That might work, but there are a couple of issues there which I'll quickly come to. So that's why one of the other things which we're trying to do now is to produce charcoal using waste, and we are using municipal solid waste. So we have in fact tied up with 4 of the municipal corporations across the country. And one of the first projects we are going to start maybe another 1 month from now. The idea is to use the municipal solid waste, most of it, excluding only the construction debris, that we can use to convert to charcoal, which can then be very easily fired, not only in boilers of NTPC, for example, but it can be used to replace coal by anyone else. And technically, this is a renewable or a green coal because this is recycling of the municipal solid waste. Our initial numbers show that this will be costing in the range of about 5 rupees per kilo, which is well within the normal rates. So if we are able to tie up the land and the municipal solid waste supplies, we are looking to do that. Feed-in tariff should work, sir, but in the back of the mind, every discom wants to lower the cost of power, and everyone starts comparing with 2 rupees renewable. So that's a curse I am facing because we are one of the guys who bid that number. So everyone says, if you can do 2 rupees there, why can't you give 2 rupees here? And on the other nuclear side, I'm just trying to stick my neck out and say, you asked a tariff number. As I understand, solar plus storage tariff would be less than 5 rupees now. Purely solar, purely renewable. I'm not saying solar, it's a renewable plus pure RE RTC power should be less than 5 rupees today, give or take a few paisa. If I understand, if I set up a new nuclear plant today, it's not going to cost me less than 10 rupees per unit. I mean, that's my assumption, but I'll stand corrected to whatever Mr. Grover would like to say. So on that basis, economically, probably doesn't make sense to look at nuclear, and that's where the renewable is, sir.
Any other panelist with any other comment?
Sir, I have one comment to the basic question of comparing paisa per unit. If we are thinking of large scale renewable, then this volumetric tariff has to go. Marginal cost will become 0, and still we will need a lot of investments in the wires, in the capacity, in the security of supply, resilience, reliability. So minimum 5-part tariff is what is in my mind, sir. All of us have to come out of this concept of paisa per unit. Sir, you compare your rupees per kilometer of your car, and you will realize that it is never viable. So one has to think of all other aspects as well while moving towards renewable. Thank you.
That's very useful, I think, factor which we need to bear in mind, because in the quest for simplicity, sometimes we lose track of very key issues. Thank you. Any other comments from any other panelist?
Yes,
Otherwise,
just
yeah, please.
One comment and one question to Mohit. Comment is demand response is very easy to get and fairly cheap to achieve, but regulatory issues are there and incentives are needed. Question to Mohit, in the information to the shareholders last year, you announced as NTPC that you are looking for 90 gigawatt of coal in 2032. Now you mentioned it might be similar to renewables, only 60. So what is your aim currently for fossil power plants at NTPC by 2030 or 32?
No, Mr. Dam, you're right. In our earlier corporate plan, we had that number. But when you mentioned this year's shareholder letter, so I had to recheck, so it wasn't there. So actually, the whole idea of shifting to renewables was that we'll now basically be enhancing the renewables. And coal, like I said, we've already put out very clearly in public domain, my CMD has spoken and all these things, that any new greenfield capacity we are not looking at. Having said that, I think one larger issue which is being debated in the government now is what exactly is the requirement? And if you're aware, CA is working on that report. They're trying to work, once again, look at the optimal mix of the power scenario by 2030. Initially, they had shown a very small storage number in 2030, and we were among those guys who actually said we had two very basic comments on that report. We said, why are you talking about new coal-based capacity? And two, the number for storage appears to be quite low. So among other things, they're looking at the entire thing. So our sense is that once we have a much better picture from CA, who is the technical body, even the government will be taking much clearer view as to what kind of coal capacity we need. You see, this debate got reignited in the last 15-20 days because of the prices on the exchange, and everyone started talking about coal shortage. Although we still feel that there are ways and means to address the requirement in a much more greener way, but I'd like to probably wait for that report and reserve my comments till then. But other than that, we don't really see NTPC putting up too much new greenfield coal capacity.
Now, the number you gave of solar with storage, the economic case is very clear for no more coal.
Absolutely, sir. Which is why that was officially a comment to CA. I mean, with that number, why do you expect?
Gave a very sharp number because clearly then the country should be moving very aggressively on storage along with new renewables. They should be at par with each other. So it's a question of demand and flexibility is taken care of. So I'm glad to hear those numbers and I hope they sink in all quarters. If there are no other comments from anybody, then I think our time is up. So may I thank all the panelists, and certainly it's been a very thought-provoking and interesting discussion with lots of useful insights.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ajay Shankar sir. And I thank you for joining despite the technical problems which made this slightly later, but I'm delighted that your participation helped stir up the debate. Many, many thanks to all our participants for this very, very stimulating and interesting session.
Thank you. Thank you.
We now move to the distinguished address by the Principal Scientific Advisor, Professor K. Vijayaraghavan. Professor Vijayaraghavan again couldn't be here himself. May I request the President of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, Professor Indraneel Manna, to introduce Professor Vijayaraghavan and then request his address be made.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mathur. We have been through a very, very exciting journey, but let us have an interlude here now with a very distinguished lecture. But before that, I would like to take a couple of minutes to tell the audience that Indian National Academy of Engineering took the cue from Government of India's appeal to celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the Diamond Jubilee celebration of India's independence. In fact, we all are aware that from 12th of March 2021 until 25th of August 2022, when India will actually complete 75 years since independence, we are celebrating a 75-week-long celebration. And INAE started its own part in this celebration on its foundation day on 20th of April 2021. And since then, more than 30 events have been held through the chapters covering various aspects of engineering and technology, like entrepreneurship, like data analytics and machine learning, space telescope. So these are the various topics on which the local chapters of INAE actually have conducted sessions to trace the journey, to see how we are performing and how we have evolved over a period of time, and how do we compare with the rest of the world. But most importantly, INAE on its own actually has decided to dedicate at least one session, a special session, commemorating this Diamond Jubilee celebration of India's independence. And this started apart from the foundation day, which was addressed incidentally by the 4 chief officers, the chairman or director general level seniors from atomic energy, from ISRO, from defense, and CSIR. And they traced the journey of these strategic departments over the period of time how India has fared. But in addition to that, the 4 flagship events of INAE, starting with the National Frontiers of Engineering and Innovations in Manufacturing Practices this year. This was held, organized by IIT Hyderabad during July 9-10, 2021. They had a special session. Then recently concluded INAE's Youth Conclave, also celebrated a special session. This was held on 24th of September 2021. We are now in the midst of our 3rd flagship calendar event of the year, which is Engineers Conclave. And in fact, the whole of tomorrow we'll dedicate for this particular direction. And of course, the final event will be our annual convention in December. But in addition, there are 2 important initiatives of INAE that I would like to emphasize upon. One is INAE is going to come up with a special compendium which will showcase the 75 landmark achievements in engineering and technology of India since independence. And for that, we have created a task force, and the task force meets almost every week. And we are having a very major exercise to seek opinion from industry, academia, R&D, strategic sectors, individual fellows, even academic institutions, and so on. Essentially, we are going through a crowdsourcing exercise to go through a nationwide poll and then eventually select the top 75 landmark achievements in engineering and technology. And this will come up as a special compendium before 2022, 15th of August. We also are in the midst of creating a special volume on women engineers in India. In fact, I must say that INAE is very proactively pursuing gender parity issue. We have a special committee, and we are determined to improve the representation of women engineers in our fold as fellows of INAE, and we are pursuing the affirmative action policy. But this particular volume will actually present the most important contributors, women engineer contributors to India's overall progress in engineering and economy. So with this, let me just mention that we all are aware, Dr. K. Vijay Raghavan, the present Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, actually, as a scientist, the world over, he's well known for his contributions to correlate or interrelate the nervous systems and muscles or neuromuscular systems. Dr. Vijay Raghavan is a fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering, fellow of Royal Society of Sciences in London. He's a fellow of Indian National Science Academy and Indian Academy of Sciences, Bangalore. Dr. Vijay Raghavan took his BTech degree in chemical engineering from IIT Kanpur, then did his PhD from TIFR Mumbai, spent his postdoctoral stint in Caltech, USA, came back, joined TIFR, was director of NCPS, National Center for Biological Sciences, and then came to Delhi as the Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, and today he's the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. He was very keen to come and address in person, and there was certain last-minute development at a very high level, which he couldn't avoid. And despite all his major commitments, just about an hour back, he managed to send us a video clip. So I would request Cornel Rai to kindly play the video clip. And with all of you, I would like to record our deep appreciation to Dr. Vijay Raghavan to have given us his video clip despite his busy schedule. Thank you. Over to you, Cornel. Please play the clip.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me at this INAE Engineers Conclave 2021. It's a great pleasure to be here. My apologies that I could not be online live, and this is recorded, but I think nevertheless, I hope I can manage to convey some important points which could be of use to all of you. Now, the topic which we are addressing at this session is e-mobility solutions for the transport sector. And traditionally meaning the last few discussions over the last few years, we have talked about this as a transition from IC engines to e-mobility in a variety of ways. But now it is time to look at two different aspects in addition to enforcing this transition or enabling this transition by having policy changes and changes in our rules and enabling solutions for industry to expand. What are these two different issues which we need to address? In my opinion, one is the entire energy use and disposal life cycle of all the products which are required for e-mobility. How much environmental cost is there in getting them, how much economic value is there, what is the balance, and what's happening. So that's one aspect. The second aspect is really about the R&D ecosystem at the foundation, which will enable this to be a substantially large industry, which caters not only to requirements in India, but also to export markets. And there are enormous challenges in both, with a linked supply chain which has global products coming in and Indian products going out. So it's not going to be this or that. So let's look at these aspects one by one, very briefly. I will not go into the numbers of our renewable energy commitment and how we can meet them and what are the ways by which e-mobility brings that about. Those are all well discussed, and I'm sure that with the talented people in the panel and elsewhere, this will be even further discussed. Now, in terms of energy inputs going into e-mobility, broadly they fall into two categories. Those which use batteries, and batteries will get their energy from multiple kinds of charging sources, including solar and wind and so on and so forth. So wind, nuclear and solar energy are critical if our e-mobility in the battery-driven component needs to be successful. And we cannot neglect one component and assume that others will, be sufficient. Now, the challenge with solar is that many components involved in solar energy generation, energy generation, are effectively imported. The cells, the panels, the entire components coming downstream, a very large part of them are imported and assembled here. And this can change, this is changing, but there needs to be a huge thrust in changing this. This is not easy. It's not merely a technological problem, it's a competitiveness problem, as well as components which are required for this pipeline to be sourced nationally or internationally through mining or purchase of mines and so on and so forth, as well as generation of internal capability. Now, this is not easy, given that substantially the rest of the world, particularly one country, has made great advances, but this has to be addressed in terms of solar power. Wind is relatively modest in India, but there are some areas where it can grow. And the third is, nuclear power, which is growing but needs to be cost effective. The principal issue of all of these is the next step is about storage. And storage of energy in multiple ways poses enormous challenges. And today, it is very, prevalent in discussions to talk about hydrogen as a part of storage. So this links for e-mobility two components. Where would you use hydrogen, and where would you use electric mobility driven through batteries of various kinds? And for the latter, you need charging stations, and there's been a recent major thrust through which charging for 2- and 3-wheelers, the guidelines for charging points so that you can have metered charging at convenience has been taken forth by the Future of Transportation group at the Principal Scientific Advisor's Office. It's been given to the Bureau of Indian Standards, and the Department of Science and Technology and our office has worked together to give Niti Aayog the entire documentation for this, and that is now going forward. So 2- and 3-wheeler charging will go forward well. Charging for larger vehicles and charging for buses will also, the standards will be there. The key point here is simply this: if we have certain interoperable charging mechanisms that will greatly help. Otherwise, you could have a situation, for example, where cities purchase buses from one company and are locked into that because the charging mechanisms are also locked into that company. So that shouldn't be the case. So interoperable charging mechanisms are very important and need to be put in place. Now for hydrogen generation, right now, hydrogen generation is thermodynamically and will remain theoretically, because of theoretical considerations, thermodynamically very expensive. You're going to take energy from some renewable source and then, use electrolysis, for example, to generate green hydrogen. So this is, of course, thermodynamically expensive, but can be very valuable because as a form of storage, hydrogen could be very valuable for long-range transports of various kinds, for making fertilizers, and for a variety of other reasons. It could be very, very useful, greatly reducing the use of fossil fuel in other contexts in addition to mobility. So hydrogen will take off. There's a big hydrogen mission in progress. Now, I'd like to point out and end this part by saying that, it's very easy to make energy calculations. I shouldn't say easy. It is feasible to make energy calculations of various kinds and say that, going towards e-mobility is therefore very valuable. It requires great challenges in addressing legacy issues, employment issues, commercial issues, as well as, importantly, environmental issues of supposedly going green, because going green here, if it means devastating the environment in multiple locations all over the world, those also have global consequences in terms of importing components which are used for generating renewable energy. So these are matters which need to be addressed in renewable energy sources for electric vehicles. Now, there are of course downstream challenges of the vehicles themselves. How are you going to make them? How much of those components are imported? How much of them are local? And those are critical issues, and those involve the use of permanent magnets, for example, of motors, drives of various kinds, and of course all the other components of the vehicles themselves, which can be very different if you have a renewable energy source as the primary supplier of energy for the vehicles. So a lot of that will be part of the industrial development, but fundamentally at the R&D level they too need to be addressed, and that requires us to address R&D at a major scale in apparently peripherally related areas, and these include semiconductor development. There is a major thrust on that happening. It includes the ancillary industries of circuits, systems and products surrounding those industries. It involves the development of research and application and development of products such as permanent magnets and related motors and vehicles, as I mentioned, and very importantly, comprehensively, no matter what the nature of the drive, the nature of the vehicle, it requires a big, big push in waste management. Electronic waste management in general and waste management related to mobility in particular needs to scale up. It's rather sporadic in the country now. So to summarize, e-mobility for the transport sector, just as any other major thrust which transforms the economy, needs to be taken into a 360-degree view where all the energy requirements which go into making the components as well as the product need to be factored in, and R&D needs to be put in place so that we are future ready in hydrogen cells, fuel cells for example, in making permanent magnets in a variety of areas, and variety of areas apparently peripherally related to this but critical for these kinds of areas. And finally, waste management is a critical area which is actually high tech, and that too needs to be addressed. So thank you very, very much.
Colleagues, I want to thank Professor Vijay Raghavan on behalf of all of us. I think that the kind of thinking that he has shared with us regarding the transport sector would help the discussion that follows. May I request Shri Saurabh Kumar to chair the next session on e-mobility solutions for the transport sector. Saurabh is, of course, a former executive vice chairman of the EESL group. He is the person, if you have an LED in your house, you can take it for granted that he is the person who made it possible. He started the ESL's Ujala program, under which they had this revolutionary business model of selling LED bulbs and taking the money back on a monthly basis, with each installment being less than what you save every month. And on the other side, the bulk procurements helped in bringing down the price, I think, from 310 rupees in the first auction to less than 40 rupees in the sixth auction. So without further ado, Saurabh, as head of EESL, he was also in charge of the Ministry of Heavy Industries Electric Mobility Incentives Policy, which was providing support to batteries. So Saurabh, all yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind words and inviting me here in this very august forum. It's a great pleasure that INAE has given me this opportunity. And also, there are four real stalwarts that are there in this panel: Dr. Anuradha Ghosh from Cummins, Mr. Srivatsan Iyer from Hero Futures, Sri Prakash, an old veteran hand in transport, now in Terry, Dr. Anju Singh from IT Mumbai. I think the session has about 45 minutes, as I understand, so I'll briefly start off by where the principal scientific advisor left off on variety of issues that he raised, rightly so. If you look at the push that the government has given, and it all started off in 2017, when we were, as ESL, very fortunate that we were asked by the Power Ministry to start the process of electrifying the government fleet, and we started our first big bang procurement of 10,000 electric cars. Honestly, that could not be fully realized for a variety of reasons, but it kick-started a whole ecosystem of policy and regulatory development, which I'll briefly mention. First of all, back in 2017, it was not very clear whether charging is a trading or supply of power, or it is a service. So in 2018, the Power Ministry clarified that this is actually a service. That kind of delicensed setting up of charging stations. Then the question was, what kind of public charging stations, which technology should come in, whether it should be CCS or it could be CHAdeMO or GB/T. December 2018, the Power Ministry notified that in a public charging station, all kinds of guns should be available. Then in 2019, March, came the FAME 2 scheme with the 10,000 crore incentives, demand incentives, and also incentives for charging stations. And very recently, in June of this year, the remodeled FAME 2 scheme has been notified, where apart from extending the scheme by another 2 years, the incentives for two-wheelers have been enhanced, and you can actually see what has happened. In the last 2 or 3 months, Ola has got orders worth 1,100 crores. There are a couple of Make in India startups. I mean, one, of course, is a slightly old startup, Ather, and another is e-bike something. They also have massive demand for two-wheelers. So, and also the second thing that the remodeled FAME 2 scheme did was to ask EESL to do demand aggregation for buses on an OPEX model, and also for three-wheelers. And the task given to EESL is to deploy 3 lakh three-wheelers on the ground in the next 2 years. So without further ado, the way I would like to structure this session is that we have these 4 speakers. I will request them to speak about the issues laid out by the principal scientific advisors. Also, how can we deploy vehicles in all categories to scale? What are the challenges that we see from the technology side, from the charging side, and also from the finance side? And also, what are your thoughts that the government possibly needs to do more, both at the state government level and the central government level? So without any further ado, let me request Dr. Anuradha Ganesh from Cummins Technology Center in Pune to give her opening remarks. Dr. Ganesh.
Thank you so much. I was just wondering if I can make a presentation, but I think I'll just speak. That is better. All right. So actually, thank you so much for getting me here to talk and share my views. I think I can pick up from where Professor Raghavan left, and we had done one a well-to-wheel emissions analysis for the GHG for India, and that was the beginning. We just wanted to see where we are and how with what conviction can we go ahead with EV, or we can go ahead with hydrogen. It was very important for us being majorly niche all these while in diesel. We are now expanded to new power, so it was very important for us to see where we are at Cummins. And the analysis was for the fuels in India with the life cycle, well-to-wheel cycle analysis for India. And we did find that while the BEV, if we use BEV with the current energy mix 2022, we would be just a little higher than, we would still be higher than diesel as far as GHG emissions are concerned. But the moment we start moving towards improved, increased renewable energy, then we start going down the line, and then we start overtaking diesel in terms of reducing the GHG emissions. However, at the same time, if we look at hydrogen, if we look at hydrogen today, even if with the efficiencies of fuel cell which is there, we are much higher at the current energy mix. However, the moment we go down to renewable electricity, it really drops down to almost, it doesn't even show in the map. So, we know that being in the, if you are aware, Cummins is in the heavy duty, vehicles, and there we do have a very good, I would say, equal applications of a battery as well as fuel cells. So hydrogen and electricity both play a very important role for us. Moving forward, I think it's very important for us to understand that while the direct electrification is very important, but it's not going to help us achieve net zero emissions unless, as everyone is saying, and I'm again repeating, we have increased renewable energy in the grid electricity mix. But along with that, like now we have shifted from low carbon economy to net zero emissions. It's very important that there is one big decarbonization which is required in the sector, which is, so if you look at the energy consumption today, 18% of the energy consumption, total energy consumption in the country is going into electricity, but there is the other 82%, which includes the transport sector, which needs to be decarbonized. And if we want to decarbonize that, while we are going in for the, a local reduction by EV, and we are saying we improved efficiencies, I think we cannot forget the carbon dioxide capture, which needs to happen continuously. Whether we capture and sequester or whether we capture and utilize, there's a lot of economics, there's a lot of geography which is involved in it. And that's a science by itself and technology by itself, which needs to be proved. And there need to be a lot of demonstration and pilot projects on that. Coming to the renewable energy mix, I've been talking about it. I think there again, it's a very interesting thing that while we say we want to increase the solar energy or the wind energy, we also know that we need to continuously store. And while we are talking about storage in terms of batteries, hydrogen is a very good element to be stored. And that's a good, it need not be just for energy, it could be for chemicals also. And therefore, in some way, it may not be wrong if I say that hydrogen becomes a necessity today. to a large extent. It's not a choice that we have. I think to some extent, hydrogen becomes a necessity. Whether we use it for transport or not will depend on the application and the cost and infrastructure and all that. But generating hydrogen should be kept independent of the mobility sector is what I'm trying to say. Having said that, again, batteries, I think it's, because we are looking at recycling, we are looking at waste disposal and all that, it's very important that we very carefully use the batteries and we carefully reuse the batteries. And Cummins is doing a lot in reusing the batteries by seeing whether we can extend the life by using it for stationary applications after it is being used for the mobile applications. With that, quickly, I'll just tell you that we have a new project. Our chairman has, is talking about the Planet 2050, which is a very, very strategic initiative we have, which sets big targets for 2050 and very specific goals for 2030 in three main areas. Reducing GHG is the first. And then to do our part to use the natural resources, which is mainly circular economy, and our communities are better because we have a positive and environmental and a social impact. That actually means that we have for 2030 we have 8 targets. 4 of them are science-based targets, which are reducing the GHG within our facilities. We also ensure that the emissions of our newly sold products are reduced by 25%, etc. And on the circular economy, we ensure that we have a circular life cycle span for every part. And all this analysis is now being done, and we are ensuring that not one single element that we use are going out of our analysis. We know what we have to do to Towards the mobility sector, I think it was important for me to tell that we are looking at carbon neutral technologies. We did do an analysis, and if we look at the overall Cummins product across wherever it is being used, the product life cycle indicated that its in-use fuel consumption is our greatest GHG impact, that's 99%. So towards that, while in transition, while going to EV, it is very important that we look into very high efficiency diesels, very high renewable energy sources, green hydrogen, and then we ensure that the entire the fleet, so the upstream, downstream are all well integrated so that we get the best fuel economy. So we are while we are investing and we are working on electrolyzers to generate hydrogen, we are working on fuel cells. We have acquisitions on fuel cells. We have acquisitions and joint ventures on storage, hydrogen storage. We also always are aware that the transition period is going to be there, somewhere less, somewhere more, and we need to improve the fuel economy of the existing engines continuously. So with that, I think I will just rest here so that we can leave it for discussions further.
Thank you, Dr. Ganesh. I think the key takeaways that I see from your talk is that for decarbonization to happen, I think your views is that hydrogen is not an option, it's a necessity. I mean, whether we use it in transport or storage or not, but this is a necessity. Also, carbon capture and storage and utilization is something that needs to be looked at from technical, economic, and regulatory standpoint.
Simultaneously, yes.
And something which is of, and I'll come back to you on this, is the use and reuse of batteries, and that's something which is very exciting. I'll come back to you, Dr. Ganesh, but let me thank you for your thoughts. Let me turn to Mr. Srivatsan Iyer from Hero Futures. Mr. Iyer, please.
Thanks very much. First, thanks for the opportunity to participate. I've been hearing the other panelists and the other speakers, and it's very valuable to hear these perspectives. The topic, I think, of our panel is e-mobility, but if I were to kind of step back, I'd say it's renewable energy-based mobility. And I think Professor Vijay Raghavan mentioned it as well. I believe the portfolio of solutions is going to have to be quite varied in mobility. And what I mean by that is it's likely that we're going to have a combination of electric vehicles for 2- and 3-wheelers, or perhaps a combination of electric vehicles and hydrogen for light duty cars, and perhaps predominantly hydrogen for heavy duty trucks and buses and so on. Clearly, the economics over the next decade or so will play itself out and will dictate how the mix is going to look like. But if I were to step back, I'd say I'm going to take a hypothesis and say it all starts with electrical energy. We may be talking hydrogen, but if you were to assume that we're not going to be investing in steam methane reforming of natural gas and so on, then green hydrogen is going to have to be a necessity. So it again starts with electricity. Electricity is anywhere between 60 and 70% of the cost of making green hydrogen today. And Professor Vijay Raghavan already talked about how that works. So let's go back to renewable energy. So, whether we're going to have to invest in electric vehicles for two-wheelers, three-wheelers, or, light-duty cars, or whether you invest in renewable electricity for green hydrogen, it all depends on what's the economics of renewable energy going forward. Now, clearly, I think the economics have been improving. And when I say the economics for the consumer, the tariffs have been dropping fairly rapidly over the last decade or so. And I still see a scenario in which that's going to continue to happen. And so if you look at that, really, I believe the tipping point is going to come when the cost of building new renewable energy falls below that of the cash cost of existing thermal-based energy. As long as it's below the full cost, all the new investment in electric energy will be in renewables. But the tipping point will come when it's so cheap to build new renewable energy to take existing coal plants out of circulation. That still leaves us with the issue of intermittency. And so we got to start thinking about the full cost of renewable energy integrated with battery storage. That way, you get rid of some of the dispatch or the intermittency problem. And I think that state of the world is not that far off. We can all debate whether it's 3 years or 5 years or 7 years. But that's when I think we'll start to see rapid decarbonization of the electricity sector. When you consciously start to shut down coal or natural gas or fuel oil-based power generation and start to move wholesale or in large way towards renewable energy generation. I think India in that sense is lucky. It's got wonderful renewable energy resources all over the country, it's a blessing. I think the challenges regarding renewable energy really have to do more with the regulatory and the financial aspects. And those of us who are in the renewable energy sector know what all those problems are. And I think that's where we're probably looking for a more comprehensive policy guideline from the central government that says how renewable energy can be generated in the states where it makes most sense to generate it, but then move it to the other states where the demand centers are without adding a whole lot of tariffs and surcharges and subsidies onto it. That's going to be especially important for green hydrogen. Because if you start thinking of green hydrogen either as a storage of energy or as a fuel for heavy duty trucks or buses, one thing you don't want to do is to produce green hydrogen in renewable energy rich regions of India and then move the hydrogen molecule all the way across India. What you really want is to produce renewable energy as cheaply as you can and move that and have a distributed production model for green hydrogen. That way you're moving electricity rather than trying to move molecules around the country. That again needs policy guidelines from the government. Now, both Reliance as well as the Department of Energy in the US have had very ambitious targets of the 1-1-1. In other words, within 1 decade, cost of green hydrogen will be $1 per kg. And I think it's achievable. But again, given that renewable or the electricity cost is 60 to 70% of the cost of green hydrogen, that's where all the focus needs to be. Make renewable energy as efficient as possible, and then remove as many of the burdens in terms of extra tariffs of surcharges. That way green energy can be available all over India in a distributed production model of green hydrogen. I think the other thing, and I think Saurabh you had mentioned at the beginning, is what are some of the challenges of financing. Now, clearly it's an evolving technology, so the lending institutions are still standing on the sidelines waiting to see how this evolves. So it's almost a chicken and egg situation. Somebody needs to take the plunge and start to finance projects like this, either in terms of explicit support from the government or what have you. One of the things that will help, and again, talking to lending institutions, is today the cost of producing conventional hydrogen all over the world, certainly even in India, is linked to US dollars. Because most of the hydrogen is produced either using natural gas or using something like naphtha, which are both predominantly imported into India on a dollar-based pricing. If the pricing for renewable energy for green hydrogen can be linked to dollar-based contracts, the cost of financing will come down. And I think that's a pretty critical part of reducing the cost of green hydrogen in the end. And so this is something that, again, from a policy standpoint, or even from a offtake standpoint, needs to at least be explored in India. So again, let me just wrap up by saying, I'm very bullish. I think we're going to have multiple solutions in the market. EVs for light duty vehicles, green hydrogen for heavy duty vehicles. We have a long ways to go, but when the tipping point comes, and it will come, whether it's in the 5 or 7 or 10 year time frame, the speed of adoption is going to be so rapid that we'll be surprised as to how quickly both hydrogen and EVs are actually out on the road. So let me stop there, and certainly look forward to hearing from the other panelists.
Thank you, Mr. Iyer. I think your message is the disruption is just waiting to happen. It may take a year, 2 year, 4 year, 5 year, but the key point that I took out was the fact that your strong emphasis on not taking hydrogen molecules, but taking electrons to a distributed hydrogen generation. Also looking at how do we make sure that the tipping point between coal and the full cost of RE happens quickly, and the scale up of RE takes place in a manner that the cost of green hydrogen reduces dramatically. So I'll come back to you on this. Let me invite Dr. Anju Singh from IIT Mumbai. I understand that she has a completing assignment, so therefore I'm requesting her to give her address right now. Dr. Singh.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would like to share my screen. Can I do that?
Please go ahead.
Yes, please, ma'am. Yes, please.
It's you'll have to enable, I think, sharing.
It is enabled, ma'am. You do have the sharing rights. Eh?
No, see it happening. Okay, so what I'll do is I will, in brief, explain what I had intended to talk about. And basically, there is a lot of, you can say, mobility in terms of, what's happening in e-mobility. And with India's ambitious targets, we are going to be having a lot on our plate soon. So my comment was mainly on, about how do you deal with issues. It's not only decarbonizing, but how do you deal with issues which are related to sustainability and which are also related to e-mobility, and how we design systems. So if we look at, the way systems are designed, we have like in a sustainable society, for example, if you look at the natural step framework, which is the most basic framework for sustainability, it says that concentration of substances extracted from Earth's crust should be minimum, right? So basically, when we are looking at e-mobility, as everyone else also said, we focus on renewables. And also concentration of substances produced by society also have to be minimized. So we should not be, getting into using too many of the chemicals which are foreign to nature, because of the impact it will again create on environment when it comes to that. Then also how do we, so one is looking at the environmental part. So looking at what will be the impacts of e-mobility and how do we reduce that. For example, if we see, when we take a laptop as an example, it requires 20 ton of material actually to make a laptop because of all the extraction and every other activity that is involved. So how do we make e-mobility solutions which are, not creating so much of resource requirement and reducing the impact on environment while it's being implemented. So if we say, for example, we look at nature and how nature develops systems. So now it's not only talking about a product in e-mobility, it is also talking about how you design the system. So when we are looking at designing systems, we can look at nature and how nature designs systems. So if we see life on Earth, that has evolved like 3.8 billion years ago. So it is 3.8 billion years of research and development 24/7. And if we see that life began 1 year back, then we have only entered on 31st of December evening, right? So the whole year has gone and we have just started, and manufacturing started only 250 years ago. So there, actually we are surrounded by genius, and there are infinite examples of how the e-mobility system can be, can get help from the way the nature is designed, right? So if we take examples of, what kind of energy is used, so we use sun's energy, which is a very clean source of energy, and everything in nature is cyclic. So we use circular economy here and all the principles. Plus, if we look at, how nature makes things, so it adds information to matter to give it function. And it uses, for example, only 5 polymers, whereas we use about 350 in man-made systems. And we make things which are many times totally foreign to nature. So we are not able to take care of it afterwards. So when we say e-mobility, we need to see that whatever is manufactured, that goes back into the technical cycle and is a part of the circular economy system which exists. And whatever is biological, which will not be much in this case, should go back into the biological cycle, right? So looking at simple things like that, how do we make these more of product stewardship? How do we do a life cycle assessment? How do we assess social and environmental impacts? How do we do dematerialization? So use minimum of materials. How do we ensure that remanufacturing happens in this case? Recyclability happens. And how do we ensure there is modularity and there is disassembly which is possible? How do we design these cars or buses in a different way? So not the same bus with an e-mobility system, but something totally different. And how do we maintain efficiency and other things that we have anyway? So basically, my intent was to look at also the social part. So now when we design products, we are basically looking at eco design or designing for sustainable behavior, or green design, or biomimicry, or cradle to cradle, or designing products for the base of the pyramid. But we also need to look at if we design a system, what is the social angle to that? How do we ensure that the social angle and all the stakeholders and the impacts are taken care of? So these are some of the examples. Like, for example, one of the companies, they worked on bullet train, and they were trying to see how this bullet train can, when it moves from a tunnel outside, how can it not make so much noise that it disturbs everybody around. So the person who was actually on the design team, he was a avid bird watcher, and he was studying birds, and then he realized when the kingfisher moves from air to water, it does not create, it moves seamlessly and there is no noise. And with that, they change the front part of the bullet train to make it so that the noise is minimized, and they are able to have less friction and all of that. So faster, quieter, and more efficient. So there's so many examples, and I would expect that whoever, so I will not be designing that, but whoever is doing and they are onto it, look into these considerations as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. I think your emphasis on a systems approach, something that we must take a look and take a leaf out of nature, how it creates and innovates things. The emphasis on social and environmental costs, circular economy, decomponentization, if I may be allowed to use your word. I think these are the key, and let me thank you very much. I know you have a commitment at 4:30. Thank you very much for joining the panel. Let me now turn to Mr. Sri Prakash. Sir, welcome to this panel, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much, Saurabh. And I will take a different view of the electric mobility, because we have discussed a lot about the technical issues. I will like to go towards this, what you mentioned earlier, you know, that 2017 experiment of having the at least government vehicles as electric vehicles could not succeed. I really do not know what are the reasons, but what is important is that electric mobility, and we have been talking about electric mobility, and ambitious targets have been made in our plans and programs, but we could not achieve it. So there could be some regions, and then we need electric mobility. There's no doubt about it in my mind, because the primary reason is that we want to have a clean air in our cities, and transport is a air polluter that contributes about 35 to 40%. And for at least for the urban transportation, we need as much electric motor vehicles as possible. Secondly, of course, the carbon emission. Now, carbon emission, the transport contribution is really going up. And in fact, it is going up very rapidly. And it is projected that by 2050, the contribution will be as high as 19% from the current level of 14%. So this means that carbon emission from the transport sector is also a very critical problem. Now you see that what are the available options, because the transport and creating the infrastructure for transport, you know, it is also takes a time consuming. Now my experience is that bringing a new technology in transport is not easy. As you have seen that electric mobility, it takes time. You need the charging stations, you need the other infrastructure in this, and then it takes all the time to building up all that, because you need money for that. Investments are needed. So in that case, there is no means that, and then rightly so, the policymakers would go for those technologies which are available and proven. So this electric mobility is a proven technology, and then apart from this, alternative fuels like CNG and LNG, which are the low carbon transport technologies, we have to go for the electric mobility for the reducing the carbon emission as well. Now, this how we can get it? What is because if the threat is real of this transport sector increasing the carbon emission, and then now we aspire towards the near zero carbon emission by 2050, then very drastic steps are to be taken to increase the options which are available, which are the no carbon or low carbon transport technologies. And to that point, this electric mobility, so now you see the segment wise. Now this motor vehicles, nobody would like to have that, but it is also needed for the convenience, because we can't give up the motor vehicles even if we wish to. In that case, as far as passenger vehicles are concerned, to my mind now, though enough technologies are available that gradually we can electrify all the small vehicles, both freight as well as for the passenger, the intermediate vehicles, etc., and also the buses. And now this sometimes I think that why not we go for the SUVs, because SUVs are the run on the diesel and petrol, and then they consume a lot of energy. So now you see there's some kind of the taxation regime, you know, that where we have the larger taxation and then discourage the use of the SUVs. and those users should be encouraged to go for the electric cars, because it may be not be possible for the other customers to do that, but at least those SUV users. So means that is kind of some kind of the push and pull method would be necessary to go for the increasing the electric mobility options in this country. And as I said that the urban transportation is really very important. Each city is different, because for the smaller city, these mobility solutions cannot be similar to the same for the large city. So that, of course, we have our public transport systems are also inadequate. We need buses. We need buses everywhere. In all the cities, we need buses. And take the example of Delhi. We need at least twice the numbers we have. And then if we need that, then said my view would be that we should go whole hog for the electric buses, not for the ICT buses. So this is what this means that I again summarizing that I would prefer the enabling and aggressive policies which encourage the electric mobility, and then we are able to realize our aspirations, our ambitions in electric mobility as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think what you really, the big takeaways are what someone needs to look at why the scaling up has not happened despite various attempts, including one that we piloted in 2017. And also, it's important to make sure that we decarbonize the power sector and the transport sector, because the emissions are rising in the transport sector very rapidly. They're projected to grow very rapidly. Segment-wise strategies have to be put in. Aggressive policies have to come in, and incentivization and also mass-scale adoption is the need of the hour. You gave the example of Delhi, where you need twice the number of buses that we currently have, and why should we wait for tomorrow and we should change over to electric buses? So I will come back to you. I think we have possibly two panelists left, Mr. Sri Prakash and also Mr. Iyer, because I understand Dr. Singh and Dr. Ganesh had some other competing arrangements. So let me come to Mr. Iyer. And Mr. Iyer, while I think we have about 10 minutes to go, if I'm all right. You brought out a very important point apart from the fact that you need to reduce the cost of renewable energy. You touched upon financing. And this is something, while technologies exist, while various vehicles exist in the market, batteries exist, we see a lot of reluctance on the parts of the banks and financial institutions to come forward and lend. And just to give you an example, we were doing this project for DHI and Niti Aayog, where we were aggregating 100,000 three-wheelers, which we have put out also. And we spoke to NBFCs, and to my horror, I was absolutely amazed to find out that the interest rate that the NBFCs are charging, first of all, no bank or financial institution is lending to three-wheeler e-auto. Absolutely not. Ranges between 24 to 36%. I mean, that is ridiculous by all means. Now, what in your opinion needs to be done so that while the government of India, the state government is providing demand incentives to reduce the capital cost, but this 24 to 36% is a no beginner to begin with. So, Mr. Iyer, what according to you needs to be done, and who are the key actors and players who need to come together to take this situation to something else?
Yeah, no, great question, Saurabh. And it's shocking to hear the interest rates that you just mentioned, which would kill a lot of nascent industries and technologies right in the bud without even allowing them to develop over time. I think I had briefly mentioned it's a chicken or egg situation. So it's hard to scale up and prove a technology unless they are funded. and it's hard to get funding unless they're already proven and scaled up. So we're kind of sitting in that cusp for green hydrogen particularly, and even in some ways for large-scale EV charging infrastructure, I would argue at this point. A couple of things, and focus on, I think, some of the things the government is doing for green hydrogen in India, or rather, I'd say contemplating. One is mandates. And several of the industry people we've been talking to around India have said, look, if there's a mandate, then cost is not the issue. We have to fulfill certain mandates. And therefore, any offtake agreement can be at a price that allows such projects to be funded. Because it's very unlikely that the private sector is going to come in and invest in this entirely using their own equity and without some kind of project finance. So first thing is, if the government can provide some kind of policy certainty for the next 10 years. Part of the reluctance of the financial institutions is they're not clear how long these policy prescriptions will last. And they're worried about, is there going to be volatility? Will it change in 3 years' time when typical offtake agreements run, 15 plus years? And so some kind of certainty from the government that this is a roadmap. These are either the mandates and or the subsidies and or the production linked, incentives that are in place, and they will last for this period of time. I think that allows a lot of these projects to be bankable fairly quickly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Iyer. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I guess two other quick points. One is, I think, for government lending institutions to start looking at financing terms that are a little more friendly. And the same thing with development finance institutions as well, knowing fully well that, there is a technology risk here, but in the end, somebody has to step up and say, we are willing to take the technology risk and provide some kind of a beneficial financing to these early stage projects.
Yeah, I think I'll just add to what you said, that we also need someone to pull in a first loss reserve, just to give confidence to the banks that, yes, it's a new technology, but yes, I'm willing to take that risk. So we have the pleasure of Dr. Ganesh here for another 3 or 4 minutes. So let me turn to her, and you mentioned about the repurpose of batteries. Now that's something which is important from 2 or 3 aspects. As you are aware, last year the Surface Transport Ministry, Government of India, came out with a notification that you can register a vehicle without the battery, which means you disconnect the cost of battery and the cost of vehicle, and therefore the battery that is no longer can be used for transportation can be used for stationary storage. So, Dr. Ganesh, can you just tell us very briefly about what your experience has been as Cummins in repurposing the battery? How much does it cost? What are the challenges that you see to make a battery which is no longer used for transportation to be used as stationary storage? Dr. Ganesh.
Thank you. So I may not be able to tell you now as to what is the cost, etc., because we are in the process of working on upgrading or repurposing it for the second life of it, especially for the stationary applications. But what I really wanted to say is, despite the fact that the batteries are no longer operating at peak performance, the end of life EV still holds about 70 to 80% of its initial capacity. And these batteries have immense potential before going to recycle. If we can repurpose it, especially for stationary applications, it would be very useful, especially to explore to reduce the environmental implications immediately. And then we go in for, a recycle of each of its components. So Cummins at this point is partnering with one University of California in the US and also a university in India here. We've just started to talk with them and see how we can we are modeling them. We are artificially degrading the EV batteries and in the battery validation lab, and seeing if we can integrate it to the campus microgrid. And that's the technique that we are using now, and we are seeing batteries with various levels of degradation, how we'll be emulate the scenario for using it as the second life. So my point which I made was that there is a lot of work which has to be done there yet to be able to optimize and pick up the right degraded level at which it should be picked up, and so that we optimize the cost of repurposing it, and also ensure that we have the maximum utility in the first application. So it's since it was engineering the challenges, I thought I must say this is one engineering work which is really waiting to come to its optimal level.
Thank you, Dr. Ganesh. Thank you for staying on and giving your perspective. And let me give the last word to Mr. Sri Prakash. You mentioned that we need more aggressive policies, both at the center and the state. Can you, if you were to, let's say, recommend to the government of India or any state government, what are the 2 or 3 key suggestions you will make to faster deployment of EVs in the country?
As far as I think I have thought about it, that after all, what should we do? Because you see that very clear, as Mr. Iyer mentioned about, because after all, the industry also wants to be very clear what we want. Whether we want the electric mobility or we do not want electric mobility, we can manage with the coexist with the electric and ICT engines. So very clear policies, that yes, we need electric mobility, and say in a time frame of the 10 years. In fact, if you recall 2-3 years back, NITI Aayog did mention that 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers should come by 2035. And then there was a uproar from the protest from the industry, and then the government has taken it back. Now, it is not very clear, that what the government wants. Very clear policies that we need electric mobility. As I said, that there's no escape now. You see that we can do other things, like, say, for example, the people do talk about the other technologies which could be annual, but as of now, they are not available. And if they are not available, and secondly, that policymakers would not experiment with the technology which is not proven. So now, by now, that electric mobility is a proven thing. That you have the electric cars, you have the electric buses, and also the being used in the different parts of the world. So that is why you see that very clearly we should say that, okay, we need it now. And then by such and such time, we are going to have it. And then everything should come afterwards, that once we have a clear roadmap, then even the manufacturers should be willing to invest money for this electric the vehicles, as well as the charging stations would come, because charging stations also a market would develop. That the charging stations are needed because we have the electric vehicles. And there could be a number of the other policies also, like, say, for example, residential societies, etc. You can set up the charging stations. And then, for example, say taxis. Now, taxis are this, Ola has starting with the electric 2-wheelers. So now you see these are the good steps, And one more thing which we have done in this, the Terry has done in Surat, that we brought the manufacturers and then policymakers and then urban administrators particularly, we have brought them together on one platform. And then we put them together and then try to put some kind of the, issues, what are the issues, and then how they can be resolved. One issue which you have mentioned is the financing. Financing is a problem which is very grave, because the financial institutions or even small institutions, they are very readily finance the ICT engines, but not the electric vehicles. So this is a problem, which also could be done. So say this to mean that holds of the issues which are relating to this, if that is they are taken care of, and I think that now you see, like, say, for example, this some electric taxis which now we see now. There is the app. There is an app, Blue Cab or something, which is providing these electric vehicles. So these kind of the attempts which are welcome. So this also should indicate that these are doable things, and if they are doable, then they should be adopted.
Thank you, sir. I think we are running completely out of time. So let me Let me very quickly summarize 3-4 points that the panelists spoke about. A, there is a need for long-term policy certainty. We need a roadmap, very clear roadmap with incentives, with what is the targets, so that everybody is clear and we move towards that. There is a lot of work that needs to be done, both on the technical side, regulatory side, for green hydrogen, which is a very promising fuel for decarbonization. Reuse of batteries need to be looked at very, very seriously, and we must pursue. And I think everybody who was here suggests that the disruption in the e-mobility space and with the decarbonization of the power grid, we will see a lot of decarbonization of the transport sector. So let me thank all my distinguished panelists, and let me thank Dr. Ajay Mathur and INAE for giving us this opportunity. Thank you very much. I'll hand it back to the organizers.
Thank you very much, Saurabh. I think this was a great discussion, and I thank you for moderating it, particularly in order to pull out the kinds of things that can address the kinds of challenges which this transition is facing. I also want to thank our panelists. Dr. Anuradha Ganesh and Dr. Anju Singh are not here right now, but I want to thank them in absentia. I also want to thank Mr. Shri Prakash, a very distinguished colleague of many years, and Srivatsan Iyer, a very, very dear friend. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir.
We will almost immediately, in a minute or so, move to the next session on decarbonizing heavy industry, and I'm delighted that Mr. Narendran is here with us. He's here already. In a minute, we will start with his keynote address on the, I expect, the decarbonization of the steel sector. And then we have a panel discussion which includes Dr. Sanak Mishra, our former president of the INAE, Mr. Mahendra Singhi, the CEO of Dalmia Cements, Dr. M.O. Garg, the head of refining and petrochemicals at R&D at RIL, and Professor Rangan Banerjee from IIT Bombay. So without further ado, since it's already 4:45, let me request Mr. Narendran to deliver the keynote address. Mr. Narendran is the CEO and Managing Director of Tata Steel. He has had a distinguished career in the steel industry and is today regarded because of, well, not just because of, but because of his personal eminence, as well as Tata Steel's footprint in Europe, is regarded very much as a technological leader for the steel industry to watch. We would be very, very interested in your thoughts on the issue of decarbonizing the heavy industry sector, and particularly the steel sector. Mr. Narendran, all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mathur. Thank you for inviting me. Good afternoon to everybody here, including my fellow panelists. It's a privilege to be with all of you. Thank you to Dr. Manna as well, who I know well from before. So, I'll talk a bit on the challenges of decarbonizing heavy industry, and then more specifically on steel. I can see my friend Mr. Mahendra Singhi is there, Dr. Sanak Mishra is there, all can talk more specifically on steel and cement, etc. I will cover steel a little bit, but I want to talk a little bit more broader on the challenges that we should not underestimate. So first and foremost, I think we spent most of the last 20 years debating the need, the relevance, the direction, etc. And I think that debate is behind us. I think pretty much most countries in the world are aligned to the fact that there is a problem. All of us need to work together to solve this problem. The direction is clear. We are just debating the goals. Even on the goals, I think there's a lot of convergence on the long-term goals, some more to be aligned, but hopefully there will be more and more alignment as we go along, as we sort out some of the issues between developed and developing countries. But to me, the issue which confronts us is execution. And before I get into execution also, while there is a lot of alignment on long-term goals, I think what is even more important are the short-term goals. What are we all going to do in the next 5 years? What are we all going to do in the next 10 years as corporates, as nations, as industries, as sectors? And all that is going to really decide whether the long-term goal that all of us announce is something that we will hit. Because if we don't achieve the short-term goals, there will be less and less confidence we can achieve the long-term goals. But having said that, the easier part is setting the goal, the tougher part is executing it. And I think when we look at the challenges of execution, I think there are a few things that we need to keep in mind, we need to plan for, to make sure that the execution is successful. So first and foremost is to really understand and appreciate the complexity and the cost and challenges of execution. Okay, and not to make that an excuse to not execute, but to make sure that we are successful in the execution. Right? And that means understanding, for instance, the geopolitical context in which we are driving this change. As we create new supply chains, what are the vulnerabilities that we will have as industries, as nations? If I look at the supply chain for renewable energies, are there any vulnerabilities that we need to de-risk against, mitigate against? Because otherwise you cannot have a situation where your energy system is dependent on something which is coming from somewhere, right? For most of the last 30, 40 years, oil was a big part of that conversation. So going forward, what is it that's going to be a big part of that conversation and in the geopolitical context? The second is the socio-economic context, because we must not underestimate the fact that there are billions of people who are making this journey from underdeveloped to developing to developed, right? A lot of the climate change problem that we have today, or the carbon footprint that we are trying to solve, is because of the industrializing of a fraction of the world. Even over the last 20, 30 years, you had more than a billion people, 1.3 billion people in China moving from progressing economically. You have 1.3 billion people in India progressing currently. You have more than 600 million people in Southeast Asia living in countries which are at an early stage of development, right? And you have 1 billion people in Africa, with another 3 billion being added during the century, who are also at an early stage of development. So what is the carbon footprint of development of all these people, and how can we not deny them the development while at the same time make the development more carbon efficient? And the socio-economic consequences of these need to be understood and planned for, because particularly in democratic countries where people are going to stand for elections, they're going to listen to the voice of the people. So an important part of this journey is to think through the consequences and also plan to deal with it, the communication around it, the planning around it, the social support that you will provide around it, so on and so forth. Some of the richest parts of India from a coal point of view are also the poorest parts of India. So how do you deal with the transition when you reduce your dependence on coal? The third part is, how do we plan for these new energy sources? Over the last 100, 150 years, we built the infrastructure to move fossil fuels around. We move coal from where it is available to where it is required. We move oil, we move gas. We create pipelines and infrastructures within countries. We have created ports and shipping companies and ships which can transport it across countries. So when you are dependent more and more on renewables, which are going to be generated in some parts of the world or some parts of the country, how do we build that infrastructure which will move electricity around within the country? How do you have those national grids and those smart grids? And how do you move electricity across countries? Even within a country, do you have the regulatory environment to do it efficiently? And even whether it's India, whether it's the US, how can you move electricity from one part of the country to the other in the most efficient way? And later on, how can you move it across countries? Because unless you can deal with the supply chains of that, you are not going to be able to wean yourself away from the dependence on fossil fuels. And I think the consequences of that will also be felt. And one of the dangers, if we don't do this well, is that you will have a backlash politically, as you had against globalization over the last few years. And if the public opinion starts changing because of the costs that the people have to bear, and those costs are being borne because we have not planned this transition well, you're going to derail something which needs to be done even before it gets started. So I think we should not underestimate the socio-economic consequences of it and the need to build the infrastructure that is essential for a smooth transition. The other point is, what is a policy roadmap? And I say this based on my own experience in Europe, because Europe is moving fast in terms of at least increasing the cost of a carbon footprint for industry there. But at the same time, Europe is also realizing that they want to decarbonize without deindustrializing. Because when you put on too much of a carbon cost, the best way to decarbonize is to deindustrialize, but that causes other problems. So how do you then make sure that the European industry, which pays a high carbon cost, has a motivation to produce steel or whatever else has a carbon footprint in Europe and not somewhere else and ship it to Europe, because there are consequences of that. So then there is a policy roadmap which Europe is developing. Of course, there is this controversial carbon border adjustment mechanism, which having a footprint in Europe, we support. But if you have a footprint in India and you want to ship steel to Europe, you won't support. But these are issues that one needs to deal with. And how do you create a framework which is compliant to WTO and everything else, while at the same time not penalizing industries who are moving faster than the others to have a smaller or a more efficient carbon footprint. The good news is, how can we leverage technology better? How can we leverage the startup ecosystem better? Are we celebrating enough the startups who are working in this area? You know, oftentimes the B2C startups get celebrated a lot more because they're more visible. All of us see them more as consumers. But there are a lot of startups doing a lot of good work in this area. Tata Steel recently dealt with a startup based out of London, started by somebody from IIT Kharagpur, which is basically doing carbon capture and storage. Actually we are capturing the CO2 and or rather capturing the blast furnace gases and converting it into CO2, which we can use in the steel melt shop, and separating out the hydrogen. So to me, there are startups doing this kind of work, but do we know enough of them? Do we celebrate them enough? Do we encourage them enough? That's the opportunity that is available for us as we decarbonize, to leverage the startup ecosystem, to leverage the finance that is available, and make sure that the idea gets the funding that is required to scale up. Now, more importantly, or more specifically, if I come to the steel industry, what does the steel industry think about decarbonization? Obviously, steel industry accounts for 7 to 8% of the carbon footprint in the world. Steel consumption is going to grow, not so much in China, but in the rest of the world. So multiple things are happening in the steel industry, which is impacting the industry in multiple ways. To start with, as countries are announcing net zero goals, they are also debating, should they be exporting steel? For a China or a Japan, does it make sense to import raw materials and export steel, particularly if those steel grades that they're exporting are not something which is so special, and leave a carbon footprint behind? So you're seeing big exporters like China, Japan, etc., really reconsidering their exports. Japan exports 30% of the steel it produces. China exports 10-15% of the steel it produces, but that's a lot of steel. So this is having an impact on global supply chains for steel. And countries are saying, okay, I should make steel for my own consumption and not necessarily for exports, and that is having an impact. So the second thing which is happening is, of course, the steel industry really needs to change its mindset from a linear mindset to a circular mindset, right? Traditionally, we think linearly. You get iron ore and coal and you make steel and you leave a carbon footprint behind. But when you think circularity, you need to really think of it from the design stage. How can I make steel for longevity? What is it that I need to do to increase the life of steel, right? Maybe we should invest a lot more in coating technologies or something else so that the steel lasts much longer than it does. How do I design for reuse? How can I use bolted structurals instead of welded structurals? How can I plan for repair? How can I make it easy to repair and restore? And then eventually, how can I recycle, right? So how can I work on each of these elements that cannot fully solve the needs of steel? And then you need to look at, if I'm to make steel from iron ore and coal, what can I do on resource efficiency? How can I use the resources that are available more efficiently? And then when I get into the process, how can I make the process more efficient, right? Because the best steel companies from a carbon footprint point of view for the blast furnace route are maybe 50% better than the worst steel companies with that kind of process route. So World Steel Association is doing a lot of work on this to help companies benchmark with each other. And a lot of it is to do with the quality of raw materials that you buy. A lot of it is to do with the amount of scrap that you charge into the steel making process. So what does that mean to the demand-supply balance for raw materials? Because it's not just coal or iron ore, it's a certain type of coal or a certain type of iron ore. And other raw material manufacturers investing in those kind of coals and iron ores rather than just any iron ore or any coal, right? So how can you drive greater efficiency there? How can you also make better use of the heat that you generate in the process? If you plot the temperatures in the steel making process, it's like a roller coaster. It goes up and down all the time, right, through the process. So how can you make more efficient use of those of that fluctuation in temperature, and a lot of it is just wasted, right? Steel companies do a lot of that. I mean, it's not just on the product that you make, but on the gases that you emit and everything else that you which goes through the process. Because typically, if you're making steel through the blast furnace route, you are using 3 to 4 tons or 3 to 4 times the raw material as 1 ton of finished product, right? So there is a lot of material being used and a lot of heat which is generated and a lot of heat which is wasted. So how can you drive greater efficiency of that? And then you come into solutions because you will tend to use coal, which is metallurgical coal, because coal is used as a reductant in the steel making process. And then the question is, if you do need to use coal for quite some time, because there will not be enough scrap available in the world to melt, and even if you melt that scrap, you have to assume that the energy is green, then till you have hydrogen which is developed, which can be a substitute for coal as a reductant, you will need to use some coal. In which case, how can you find CCUNS solutions, carbon capture and usage solutions, carbon capture and storage solutions, and how do you develop that to scale? So that it's a bouquet of solutions that you need as the steel industry transitions from its current 7% of the footprint to a much lower level, even though the industry is growing at an absolute scale. So to me, even in coal, like I said, you will obviously, in some sense, transition from coal to gas, which brings down the carbon footprint by maybe 40–50%, and then from gas to hydrogen as and when it's available. But that hydrogen has to be available in plenty and cheap. That hydrogen infrastructure has to be created to be able to transport it, right? Store it. And then, like I said, the cost needs to get addressed. And today, the cost of any green option compared to the coal option is typically $100 to $150, if not more. And that's where a carbon tax, which works in Europe, is bridging that gap to some extent, right? So there are these kind of issues which need to get addressed to help the industry make the transition. So to me, as I said at the beginning, I think all of us agree on the direction, but we should not oversimplify the cost and the complexity of transitioning, and we should plan for it. As we execute anything else that we do in corporate lives or any other profession that we are in, the devil is in the detail. The devil is in thinking through the interdependencies and the consequences and anticipating that and addressing that so that we don't fail in the execution on such an important project. So to me, there is a need for us to develop roadmaps, obviously at a global level. We need to develop, because at a global level, you also need to think about this whole issue about climate justice and what about the $100 billion a year, which the developing world says it's supposed to get, as agreed in COP, I think it was originally talked about in Copenhagen and thereafter in Paris. And so there's $100 billion which is supposed to fund the transition for the developing world. So how is that going to come in? How is that going to address these issues? Because to me, there needs to be a global kind of roadmap, which hopefully helps bridge the differences between the developed and the developing world. There needs to be national roadmaps, which many countries have announced. And obviously, there needs to be sectoral roadmaps, which are also there for many hard-to-abate sectors, and then translate that into a much greater level of detail than there is today, so that the execution cannot falter on such an important thing. So with that, I close my comments and thoughts. Thank you once again for inviting me to discuss what's to me a very, very important subject. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Mathur.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Narendran. This has been remarkable. I mean, for Tata Steel, which is one of the most effective implementer of plans, to talk of the challenge of cost and complexity, tells us of how difficult this problem is. I also think it is important, the point that you said about linear to circular, because this applies across the board. It applies to all the heavy industries. And I think the greater circularity we have, and therefore the emphasis on the demand-side solutions. I like the solution that you spoke about, coatings on steel. Will they help? From personal example, will better sealing of water pipes help in the longer life of steel if you don't have seepage? And therefore, the bouquet of solutions that you spoke about makes great sense. Many, many thanks, Narendra Sir. I think you've provided us the grist for the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mathur. Thank you.
We now move to the panel discussion, and we have Dr. Salak Mishra, Mr. Mahendra Singh, Dr. Garg and Professor Rangan Banerjee. So without further ado, let me turn to our former president, Dr. Sanak Mishra. Actually, he is the one under whose leadership we first started envisioning this conclave. And let me ask him to share his thoughts with us. Dr. Sanak Mishra.
Yeah, I think Colonel Rai, we don't need to share the slides. I'll speak. I'll speak in the verbally. So, can you all hear me, Dr. Mathur?
Yes.
Yeah, good. So actually, I would focus primarily on the steel industry, and I would start by saying that there is one important consideration that we have when we talk about steel in India. India is a steel non-mature country. India is not a steel mature country. What it means is that the steel consumption in India is bound to grow. As of today, India is the second largest producer of steel with more than 100 million tons of crude steel production, and also consumes around 100 million tons of steel, and is just behind China in both respects. Of course, China produces about 7.5 to 8 times the steel produced in India. Now, why I mention this is as India being a steel non-mature country, the expectation that we will build more infrastructure, more logistics, and in general move from an industrialized nation or a semi-industrialized nation to an urbanized nation and catch up with countries in Europe or United States, we need to produce steel. Now, I think it has been already mentioned that steel industry, though, from a socio-political point of view, is one of the largest uploaders or downloaders, whatever word you want to use, of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. It's about 7 tons of carbon dioxide. 7% of the world carbon dioxide is on account of the steel industry. I would figure that in India it will be something more than 7%, maybe close to 7 to 9%. At the same time, the Indian steel industry has the following complexion. We use mostly the blast furnace route. Almost 70% of the steel in India is produced, so-called primary producers. It's the iron ore and coal or coking coal or coke-based steel production, and I think the average carbon dioxide rate in India would be more than 2.3 tons per carbon dioxide per ton of crude steel, which is quite a bit higher than the world average, or quite a bit higher than in the countries like Japan and South Korea. So this is a major concern. We have a national plan to go to 300 million tons by 2030, and if that happens, 300 million tons by 2030, and if that happens, I would imagine that India would go to 500 million tons by 2050, 2060. So it would mean that we would be uploading about anywhere from about 750 million tons to 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, unless we do something at the moment. I fully endorse the view of the esteemed Mr. Narendran that while we look at long-range plans for reducing the carbon dioxide menace, we have to also look at some of the short-term issues which we need to handle right now. I will just touch upon one or two of those points. One is that the carbon dioxide emission from Indian systems, Indian steel producing systems, is higher because quite a bit of that is produced through the coal-based direct reduction or coal-based DRI, which then goes into electric arc furnaces. Now, the fact is that this is one reason why the average emissions from the steel industry in India are higher. The second reason, I think, which can be addressed in a short term or in a medium term, is that our furnaces, blast furnaces, use inferior iron ore, according to me, which averages around 61%. Now, inferior quality of iron ore, by that I mean that most countries where the emissions are low, carbon dioxide emissions are low, are actually using iron ore content where up about 65 to 67% in the furnaces. The consequence of this is you need to, if you use a lower quality iron ore, you need to pump in more coke or the derivative of coal into the furnace, and automatically the carbon dioxide content increases. Secondly, the thermal coal that we use in our power plants, because the power plants use electricity which we use in our electric arc furnaces and induction furnaces. In the power plants also, the thermal coal that we use is actually of a very high ash content. And that naturally means that the carbon dioxide load from our power plants is quite high. In fact, I have the number, which is a 2018 number generated by Central Electricity Authority, which is that we generate about 0.95 tons of carbon dioxide per megawatt hour of power. Now, this is very high compared to other countries which run around 80 or sometimes 80, anywhere from 80 plus minus. So what it means is that even if we want to take the recycling route, the electric arc furnace route, and use scrap and let's say the direct reduced iron from the gas route, even then the overall the cycle of carbon dioxide emission, including the electricity generation, would still be quite considerable. So I think these are two issues that in the short term we need to look at: the use of better quality iron ore, which means better raw material preparation, and the use of better quality coal in the power plants, which generate power for the electric arc furnace and induction furnace based routes. I think the use of hydrogen as a reductant is still, to me, is on a bench scale, not even on a pilot scale. It's there on a pilot scale, but still it hasn't come to a stage where we can say that we are on a pilot scale and we'll be going into a commercial scale within 5 years, something like that. I don't imagine that's going to happen. So the short-term goal should be to reduce the carbon dioxide emission to world average or below world average, and then plan for the future in terms of for the long term. But as Mr. Narendran pointed out, the costs involved are very high. And so it has to be a balance between, in the budget, between generating hydrogen and giving a better quality of life to people now or for the next 10 years. The carbon capture and storage has been envisaged as a panacea, but I think that's also not something that's going to happen very soon, particularly in countries like India, because the fear of having gas under Mother Earth, under our feet, is not something that the society is going to accept very easily. So the way I look at it is, for the next 10 years, India should focus on decarbonization, partial decarbonization through improvement in technology, through improvement in automation, through increasing better quality iron ore in the blast furnace, through the use of more gas in the DRI industry, and also to improve the efficiency of thermal power plants by using better coal. So I think I would leave it at that. And thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mishra. I think the points that you raised towards the end, which focused on the two important issues. One is raw material preparation, and the other, I would suggest, is also coal preparation before it goes into the power plant, because we have the coal we have. Therefore, focusing on those becomes a key challenge, a key short-term challenge. Let me move to Mr. Mahendra Singhi. Mr. Singhi is the CEO of Dalmia Cements, the world's most energy-efficient cement plant. He previously, when he was with Ambuja Cements in Biawar, he had converted that into the world's most energy-efficient cement plant, and is now has a stated goal, a self-stated goal of moving his cement plant to be a net zero cement plant by 2040, Singh sir?
Yes, sir, 2040, sir.
All yours. All yours.
Or before.
Or before. But the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, Madhu sir, for giving this an opportunity. And I'm so happy to be in panel in which the main speech, keynote speech has been given by our corporate leader, Mr. Narendran. In fact, he has made my task so simple. I can just say that I echo whatever he has said and I can finish off. But at the same time, I think the the National Academy of Engineering and ISA is playing in spreading the awareness about CO2 menace and then what more can be done by the industry, I think it will go a long way. We all know, sir, that this latest report of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is also referred as Code Red for Humanity, and it states without doubt that human activity is changing the climate in unprecedented and irreversible ways. Though it was known, but then now scientifically, this report has tried to prove and to give a message to the public that look, now we have to change. Industry has to change. Government has to change. Civil society has to change. And I think everywhere we are seeing increasingly extreme heat waves, droughts, and flooding. Climate change is a reality then that we all have to collectively face. And even if we are able to contain the temperature to 1.5 degree, but then that can also play havoc in many places. And this is what now in preparation to COP26, we all are getting reports day in, day out that what's going to happen in 2025, 2030, 35. So I think the call now, which was given by UN Secretary General to commit for net zero by 2050, I think one good part is that 50% of the global GDP, they have already signed for it. But at the same time, I think what previous speakers have also highlighted, that we'll have to take immediate actions, we'll have to have the roadmap that by 2025, what we would be doing, by 2030, what we would be doing. And unless that is done, and if you all wait for 2 decades to happen and then the 3rd decade we take major actions, I think we'll be facing a lot of havoc in the overall world. So in that reference, I think one of the most important factor is that how major sectors, which are also very important sector for humanity, because the sectors like steel, chemical, aluminum, paper, mining, cement, they all are also very important for economic and social development. They provide products of basic human needs and create a web of services in which it also supports employment. But at the same time, now these sectors cannot go on emitting carbon dioxide. And this has been what has been highlighted by Mr. Narendran also, that now there is a need that how we become climate friendly also. So far, we have been human friendly, we have been economic friendly, but now we'll have to have climate friendly with human touch for future. And for that now, I think, in my view, personal view, a change of mindset is required, a change of strategy is required, a change of vision is required. And that has to be self-motivated. And when I say self-motivated, it means we should get motivated that if I can contain the loss to the humanity, problem to the planet, then I think I'll be playing my role very effectively. And that has also to be the mindset of the corporates. That has also to be the mindset of the government. Good part is people are thinking, but then I think faster actions are required. Now, cement sector is considered as hard to abate, along with steel and few other sectors also. So I think certain technologies, certain actions, certain commitments which have been made by steel, cement, a few others also. I think the leaders have to also understand that now we should consider these sectors as possible to abate. In my view, even naming, terming, giving terms, right terms also can change the mindset. So all the time I have been now saying that now cement sector is possible to abate sector. And for that purpose also, along with creating my own company's vision and my own company's target to become carbon negative was one of the reasons that we can show leadership to our own team, own country also, and the global cement sector also. You know, I would just like to highlight that when in 2018, we became one of the lowest carbon footprint cement company, as well as one of the most profitable cement company also, we decided that what more can be done and then how we can create leadership also in climate change as well as in profitability. And that helped us to create a action plan a commitment that by 2025, by 2030, 2035, and 2040, what actions would be taken by us which can make even cement also carbon free. In fact, I'll just highlight few major levers which can help in making cement carbon free. And I have been saying that from 2040 onwards, my cement, Dalmia cement, would not be emitting a single gram of net CO2. And one can understand that they can very well think of using cement in whatever way they feel. I think the challenge is that how we try to now use certain technologies, certain products, and one of the major one has been how we can bring down the usage of limestone, which emits 50% of CO2 per ton of cement. And for that purpose now, I think a lot of actions are required, and cement sector per se, and more particularly in India, we have been quite forthright and quite progressive in substituting the limestone by usage of fly ash of power plant, by usage of slag of Mr. Narendra's Tata Steel and other steel sector, and which has also brought down CO2 emissions from cement process. Second one is now how we can bring down the usage of fossil fuel. In fact, the major challenge in India is how we can bring in polluter to pay policy, by which all sort of waste which has some carbon value in it, how that can be burnt in the right way in cement process, in cement kilns. In fact, these policies are there in Europe, where they have been able to replace 50 to 80% fossil fuel by various type of waste. But now in India, it's still we have to work on it. And lastly, the major important would be the carbon capture and utilization. I think without carbon capture and utilization, we may not be able to bring down our CO2 emissions by more than 40%. So here the new technology has to be tried out. It has to be funded by green finance. It has to be funded by international carbon market. So there the actions would be required. And lastly, I would say how hydrogen can also play an important role. And for that, I think Mathur Sahab, the actions which you are taking, the organization which you are heading, and now I'm sure you'll be the one of the top most leader in the COP26 as a DG of ISA, that how solar power can play important role, one in carbon capture and utilization process also, as well as in generating green hydrogen also. So lastly, I would say that it is now possible to make cement carbon free. It is possible to make concrete carbon free. And in fact, the good news is that on 14th of October this month, Global Cement and Concrete Association, they have come out with a plan that how in decade by decade, they would be bringing down CO2 emissions of concrete, and by 2050, GCC has promised that they will be delivering green concrete or the carbon-free concrete. So I'm quite hopeful that decarbonization of industry is possible. Only thing is change of mindset, change of strategy, ability of finance, and then how collaborative efforts can take place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Singhi Saab. I think the point that you made about the use of the green funds to enable us to try out these kinds of technologies like CCUS is important, because as we try out these emerging technologies, there will be, we need willing corporate leaders like yourself, but we also need grant finance that can help these take off. Let me now turn to Dr. Garg. Dr. Garg, as I said, is head of refining and petrochemicals R&D at Reliance Industries. We have heard what Reliance Industries has entered into the market with a big announcement of moving into the manufacturing of solar panels, batteries, electrolyzers, and fuel cells. Garg sir, I would very much like you to share with us your view on the challenge that the Indian industry faces in decarbonization.
Once again, a very heartiest thanks for inviting me to speak on this very prestigious forum, where we have such industry leaders like Mr. Narendran, Sanak Mishra, Mahendra Singhvi, and of course my old dear friend Ranjan. And to talk about an industry which actually is very unique in many ways as compared to other industry. When we talk about engineering challenges or decarbonizing the refining industry, because this is one industry in which the raw material itself is fossil carbon and the products also are fossil carbon. And this is almost like catching the tiger by its tail. So how do we actually decarbonize an industry which actually lives and thrives on fossil carbon? And you must have heard many companies around the world like ExxonMobil, Shell, BP, Chevron announcing net carbon zero by 2035 or 2050 or so and so forth. Our chairman and Reliance has also announced net carbon zero by 2035. So what exactly does it mean, and what are the engineering challenges which go around that? Actually, when we look at the carbon emissions from a refinery and a petrochemical complex, typically, depending upon the complexity of the refinery, you would have emissions of the order of roughly 0.4 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of crude oil processed, roughly. This can vary depending upon the complexity and the size of the refinery. So if you look at the Jamnagar complex that we run, which is the world's largest refinery, processing close to 65 million tons per annum of crude oil, you can do the arithmetic to see the CO2 emissions. Now, these emissions are actually what we call as Scope 1 emissions. In fact, the emissions from the refining and petrochemical industry are categorized in Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions. So the Scope 1 emissions are the emissions of greenhouse gases which you actually are bound to produce in processing crude oil to finished products. And this is both in the form of electricity that you need to drive the various pumps and compressors and any electrical equipment whatsoever, but also actually to fire the furnaces, with the fuel oil or natural gas, to be able to provide heat for distillation, for reaction, etc. Now, if you want to actually decarbonize phase 1 emissions, the roadmap is very clear. The roadmap is that the entire electricity that needs to be provided to the refining has to come from solar rather than from natural gas or from coal. So one thing is clear, that the electricity required to run the refinery has to come from solar. Secondly, the largest contributor to greenhouse emissions is actually the hydrogen production by steam methane reforming. And solar and then solar hydrogen is the next step that you need to follow. That is the second step that you need to follow to be able to produce green hydrogen at an affordable price, so that you actually use that hydrogen in the refinery. Although we talk about hydrogen in a refinery and we think it's a chemical hydrogen, but it's not too small. Roughly, depending again on the complexity of the refinery, you can consume anywhere from 1.2 to 1.4% by weight of hydrogen on crude oil process. And so this is another option. I mean, these are the ways that we in Reliance are looking at to be able to actually reduce or eliminate phase 1 emissions in terms of greenhouse gases. The phase 2 emissions are more difficult in the way that these are the emissions of third-party producers in order to bring goods and services to you. And the refining industry, of course, consumes a huge amount of catalysts and chemicals. In fact, we are the largest consumer of catalyst by any stretch of imagination. And so, in fact, whatever CO2 already gets emitted to produce that catalyst is also added to your balance sheet in terms of phase 2 emissions. So this is something that we need to worry about and look at as to how we, look at that either in terms of agreements or some kind of a helping hand to our producers of chemicals and catalysts. All phase 1 and phase 2 actually, reduces to almost a dwarf quantity. If you look at phase 3 emissions, so the phase 3 emissions are much larger in magnitude, as it constitutes almost 85% of the carbon emissions which are attributed to our industry. And if you're wondering what these phase 3 emissions are, these are actually emissions which are produced by our clients when they use fuels such as CNG, LPG, gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel, which are basically the products, our products. So if suppose we don't produce any gasoline, then we don't produce it. So our clients will not produce any carbon dioxide. And therefore, actually, those emissions are not attributed because of our business. So even if our clients produce CO2, that is also attributed to us. So this is phase 3 emissions, and that is almost 85% of the total CO2 emissions, including phase 1 and phase 2. And how do we actually eliminate this is a big question mark, because the only way you can eliminate this is to actually fix carbon in the crude oil to something which doesn't get burnt ultimately. And the only solution left to you is to actually convert that to either petrochemicals or any carbon-based materials like polymers or bitumen or advanced carbon materials, which are actually then used by the society or by the industry for various applications. So what it means is that a refinery, which is basically converting crude oil to fuel, has to now transform itself to convert crude oil to petrochemicals. And right now, of course, we have a pride in saying in Reliance that almost 25% of the crude oil that we process actually are converted to petrochemicals. But this is still far away from the target. I mean, at least minimum, you need to achieve a target of 70%, if not more, to be able to actually reduce phase 3 emissions significantly. And what it means is that since the refinery investments are already there, it needs very innovative, out-of-the-box thinking, and which is actually has to be local. Here, you cannot actually look for technology from abroad. It's because your refinery configuration is unique, and you have to actually revamp that unit to be able to retrofit plants which can make petrochemicals to your refinery configuration at a minimum cost. I think the minimum cost is the underline there. And at best, at minimum possible time, because in this game of petrochemicals, whoever actually gets there first would actually rule the market. So it's a very complex game in terms of decarbonizing the refining industry. But I'm very happy to say that there is a tremendous amount of challenge for the Indian engineers to be able to do innovation, to be able to convert our own refineries to petrochemical complexes and the petrochemical hubs of the world. Thank you, and this is basically what I wanted to say, and I'll be very happy to take any questions. Thank you, Mathu-sir.
Thank you very much, Gansar. I think the emphasis that you have laid on decarbonizing the refinery, the scope 3 emissions becomes the heart of our challenge. And as you rightly said, it's complex. It is a challenge for engineers, but all of us look forward to your journey, Reliance's journey in this area. And believe you me, you have got huge support. I at least will be waving from the sidelines. We now move to our last panelist, Professor Rangan Banerjee. Rangan is a fellow of the Academy and a professor at IIT Mumbai. He is also the founder of the IIT Mumbai Energy School. He is also lead editor of the Global Industrial Energy Outlook. So Rangan, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Mathur. And it's really a privilege to be here on this distinguished panel and also to speak last. You have the opportunity of just repeating what others have said. So I will do that. I will preface my comments into two parts. The first is to say that this challenge, and we heard already that it is possible to have we can go for zero carbon, and that's so I would like to just talk a little bit about the possibilities. So when we talk in terms of a possibility, we are looking at, if you talk about the CO2, it's the CO2 per unit of energy into the energy per unit of material. So one thing which we can do is we can try and improve the efficiency, which is being done through the PAT schemes and through benchmarking. But we should realize that we are nowhere near our fundamental limits. So even when we benchmark against others, everyone is equally, we consider ourselves to be efficient, but from a second law viewpoint, there are possibilities for new technologies and new processes which can actually reduce our energy footprint very significantly. The second part is we can continue to do the energy as we are doing, and we try and see that let's make that energy green. So we can look at our electricity sector. So if you see in India, through the PAT and others, in many of our industrial sectors, we have some of the most competitive in terms of specific energy consumption per ton. But on the CO2 basis, we are not that competitive. And that is primarily because our electricity mix, we have more coal, and naturally we would like to use that coal. And because of that, our CO2 per unit is not looking as good. And so one of the things that we could do is we've seen in textile mills, in many things, you can use solar thermal, you can use solar PV, you can have a whole host of things, including any process you think of, even the highest of temperatures. I can configure to you a technology which will work. Will it be cost effective? Not necessarily, but it is possible, and there are technologies, and we can create hybrids of these technologies. That's a second thing that we can do, which we can green the mix, and we can use biomass also for this. And the third thing that we can do is to look at resource efficiency, look at the circular economy, which people have talked about, look at alternative raw materials, look at dematerialization, and look at modification of the product itself. For instance, if you think of the Eiffel Tower and you can make steel with using the best nanotechnology that you have, we will use much less steel to create that same effect. And we will also see, so that's another thing that we can do. We can think in terms of next generation processes. We can think in terms of carbon capture, utilization, and storage already being talked about. You can see in the fertilizer industry, for instance, in many of the fertilizer industries, they've taken the CO2 from the flue gases and used it to make urea, and it's reasonably cost effective. It's Japanese technology, but it's IFCO, Onlia has done it, a couple of things, and we can see in many of the things that these are possible. Now, the question is that in the short run, we are also competing. And in the short run, this competition, these kind of investments are not going to be made in business as usual. But in the long run, to have a competitive advantage for our industry, we need to make investments in at least trying to see that we have demonstrations, we encourage startups, we encourage technology development, and this is where, while cement factories are competing with each other, we need to collaborate together to have a strategic viewpoint so that our industry can have a competitive advantage when there will be these CO2 norms. Otherwise, the success of our industry would be at stake. And I think this is where the government, the industry, and the academia should get together. This is the challenge for engineers. We can try and see how to build new technologies, and there are a large number of options available. Some are at the lab scale, some have gone into the pilot scale. We need to have pilots, we need to have a strategic roadmap, and we need to do this so that while we make this transition, there is a cost of transition. And no matter what anyone tells you, these costs of transition, means we heard about DRI. Now the DRI is cost competitive. These are all small industries using coal. We need to still, you cannot just wish away the coal. And so we need to think of how to plan the transition and yet keep this strategic advantage. So I think we should have a short-term strategy and a long-term strategy. And for the long-term strategy, we need to look at technology development, technology demonstrations, which is not going to happen in a business as usual scenario. I think industry can actually show the way for society to decarbonize. And I think this is going to be a big advantage. And we'll be happy to sort of help catalyze this journey. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer questions in the Q&A. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Manna.
Thank you very much, Rangan. I think the point that you made about the short-term competitiveness, but the need for long-term collaboration is at the heart of the technological challenges that the industry faces. And it's something that has come up again and again. I think Mr. Narendran mentioned it, Dr. Mishra mentioned it, Mr. Singhi mentioned it, Dr. Garg mentioned it, everybody mentioned it. So the challenge, therefore, really becomes what is the kind of institutional model that can place these shorter term goals within the context of the longer term goals. And this is what I would like all the panelists to address. So let me again start with you, Singhi Saab, or let me start with you, Dr. Mishra.
Yes.
Within the steel industry, you have a competitiveness, the competitiveness world is changing, as Mr. Narendran said. What is it that we can do, either any industry alone, but probably working it together to enable short-term actions which, at a time when you have competition and therefore are looking at cost management, but which help towards longer-term move towards lower carbon technologies. Mishra.
Yeah, I think I'll look at this problem on two different planes, depending on the process route. As I mentioned, the blast furnace is the dominant process route, and I think the 2 points I mentioned, that we need to improve the iron ore by beneficial decays to 65 to 66%, so that the energy rate reduces and automatically the carbon dioxide emissions will reduce. In the blast furnace, a lot of energy goes into the slag. Actually, almost 40% of the energy that is pumped into a blast furnace goes out in the form of slag. And the fact is that that temperature, the energy that goes is on account of coke. And so therefore, automatically it means higher carbon dioxide emission. So we need to improve raw material quality into the blast furnace. I think it's very, very critical. As far as the direct reduction technology is concerned, I would think that slowly the coal-based DRI should be replaced by gas-based DRI, which is far more energy efficient and therefore has much less carbon dioxide emission. So these are two short-term directions that I would like to see, and it would make Indian steel more competitive because the energy consumption will go down and therefore the costs will go down. The second point, which I think Mr. Narendran touched actually indirectly, is that we must think of using less steel for the same application, which means higher strength steel, better toughness, better integrity, and so that would add to competitiveness. And I think worldwide, that's why I call India a non-mature steel country, non-mature steel country. In the countries like South Korea, Japan, Europe, elsewhere, the design factors are such that better steel is required. Better steel in the terms of what I said, strength, toughness, and other qualities. So India has to move in that direction. So that needs a lot of education of the consumers, and also a better quality steel to be produced by the producers. That would add to the competitive edge.
Singhi, what do you think are the instruments that we use? What will get people? So Mishra ji mentioned better quality iron ore. Industries understand that. Or we spoke about the possibility of having higher quality steel so that the users use it for longer, something that Mr. Narendran also mentioned. But industries are not doing it. So what do you think are the kinds of policy levers that can help the entire industry to move towards more efficient processes? Singh Saab, I think you're muted.
Oh, great question, sir. I think I would say that we'll have to create demand for low carbon cement. Now, good part is that in India, we might be manufacturing about 60-65% low carbon cement and maybe 30-35% high carbon cement. And you know, the gap, if ideally I take 750 kg per ton of cement as CO2 emission for ordinary Portland cement, which is a high carbon cement, then the low carbon cement can be between say 300 to 450 kg. So India has progressed well on this part, but at the same time, now we have to get certain standards changed, because so far, strength of the cement is concerned, we have been able to prove and market and use that it is almost the same. Now, mindset has to change, and green product procurement policy has to be brought out by not only the government, but by the corporate sector also. So that sort of initiative would help in a big way. And like Mr. Ajay said, that maybe, you know, the architects, the consultants, the structural engineers, they have to change certain designs by which they can use lower carbon cement, which in our terminology we call Portland slag cement, Portland composite cement, which uses waste of others also, and at the same time they are as good as any other cement.
Thank you, Singh sir. Garg sir, you obviously, by you I mean Reliance has obviously embarked on a very, let me say, challenging journey. What do you think, you know, technologically, what will help us reach your goals in the shortest time?
I think the major intervention that is required to begin with is to have green hydrogen. And when we talk about green hydrogen, the first thing which comes to our mind is the price of that hydrogen. Because as we know, the gray hydrogen, that is hydrogen that we produce from steam methane reforming, is currently at about $1.2 a kilo, and green hydrogen is about $3.50 a kilo. So, so the announcement by our chairman to be able to set up a gigafactory to produce solar photovoltaic modules, all the way starting from making pure silicon ingots, all the way to producing these wafers as well as the panels, all indigenously in very large quantity. That actually would pave the way. And also, you know, the second gigafactory on electrolysis. So that hydrogen is very, very critical. Not only that, the storage of the power in terms of large stationary batteries. So these three verticals, if you ask me, the solar, the battery, as well as the electrolysis, this actually are the three pillars on which we can actually, you know, you visualize the refinery of the future, where at least, see, what is the idea is that the furnaces that we use, rather than firing fuel, if we can electrify those furnaces, right? So, and then, you know, the hydrogen production, we can shut down and produce hydrogen through electrolysis. And but all of this is much smaller as compared to phase 3, which is actually the gasoline, the diesel, the LPG, and the jet fuel that we produce. So here again, the major target, if you want to move very fast, is to be able to actually eliminate gasoline to begin with. Because personally, I feel, I mean, this may not be a perspective from the company, but personally, I feel gasoline is something that might reduce considerably in our own lifetime and be replaced by electric mobility, if not diesel. And although I say that, but in the place I live here in Navi Mumbai, I can hardly see any bus on the road which is not electric bus. So that transition is already happening as we talk. Okay, And if more and more electric mobility comes in, then do we really need gasoline? I mean, so it's actually the question of survival, not only the question of reducing phase 3 emission. It is the question of survival to eliminate gasoline and to convert that to petrochemicals. So, jet fuel, of course, I would believe that jet fuel will continue for some time. So we are not actually concentrating much on the jet fuel. But these are, yes, we have to look at it in the long term as to how we reduce our production of diesel.
So what you are talking of is signals, clear signals, both from the supply side and the demand side.
Yes.
And I think together they force the technological change that is needed. Rangan, clearly capacity, and I'm talking of human capacity in industry is a key. Do you think that we need a different kind of curricula for that? Or different kind of pedagogy?
I think curricula is one thing, of course, but generally what happens is when we think in terms of an education, we provide people the perspective and an ability to think. And so given the different situations, they should be able to modify that. We should, of course, modify our curriculum, no question about it. But I think we should think in terms of an incentive structure, both in terms of industry as well as in the industry academia space, where we try to incentivize ideas, where you look at people coming and incubating or innovating, and I think this was already talked about, to look at decarbonized solutions. We can also look at where is the material being used. So let's look at buildings, let's look at transport and vehicles and see how much of steel and cement and others you need, and then how can we redesign things so that overall in the system point of view, we can actually, so there are lots of things that are possible. And some of these have not been explored because conventionally we are all looking at, we create more and we use more, and then, but we know we don't want to use, we want to have the same amount of services, but we want to be able to do that with having lower, and to do that, we need to try, just like you have done, Pat, you could have similar kinds of things where you look at how new ideas for reducing your carbon footprint through materials, and yet retain our competitive advantage. So this is a tricky thing, but I think it can be done. But to a straight answer to your question is yes, we can modify our curricula, but I think we should also try to retrain the large volume of people who are in the industry, who have been used to a particular kind of fossil fuel based thinking. And so I think both should be done. We should.
I think your idea of having a PAT type scheme for carbon savings is great. Maybe PAT itself can be offered either as an energy saving certificate or a carbon saving certificate. I'll go to Professor Manna for the last word. But before that, Rangan, I'm going to leave you with the idea. I work with the International Solar Alliance, right? All the electrical engineering curricula in this country are about machines. I don't see any machine in a solar field. What will happen 30 years later? So I'll leave you with that thought, and let me now turn to Professor Manna.
Well, I don't want to thank them. I wanted to raise a point here.
Okay. Go ahead.
The issue is, being a metallurgist, we keep hearing about hydrogen to be used as the reducing agent, and Narendran did mention that we have to have short-term goal. Even if it is not a short-term goal, other than CSIR Bhubaneswar, IMIT Bhubaneswar, is there any center in India who is seriously thinking about, leave alone doing anything, using hydrogen as a reducing agent for iron oxide reduction, plasma reduction?
Can I turn
Dr.
to
Mishra,
Dr. Mishra?
Narendran, whoever is present.
If Mr. Ravindran is here or Dr. Mishra?
Yeah, I think I'm familiar with what Bhubaneswar is doing. I was actually you can say I was sort of I was a what do we call, monitor for that project. And actually that started on a grams level, and I encouraged them to go to a kilogram level, and to now 10 kg level, and I think they're working on it for about 100 kg level. See, there are two issues with that. The degree of metallization is still not very high. It's that's one issue there, and of course it's still, I call it a research stage actually. Though I mean a KG stage is a pilot stage, but I think on a larger tonnage scale, it'll take a while before we can develop the necessary process and the engineering. So it will require a lot of engineering also. So one should not forget that all these developments, it's not just the science which is the base, but a lot of engineering needs to be done in all these activities, like using hydrogen as a reductant, or the kind of work CSR Bhubaneswar is doing. That engineering is an element that I think India needs to build a much stronger competence, and or you can call it a infrastructure to actually provide engineering to new technologies. So I think that's a parallel activity that needs to be undertaken.
No, I'm aware that obviously it must be absolutely more of an academic interest, and leave alone tonnage scale, not even in tens of kg scale. But there is I mean, maybe someday we may end up in a situation where carbothermic reduction will not be allowed anymore. Maybe not now, but after 50 years or somewhere. Or we may completely run out of coke and coal. So in a situation like that, isn't it prudent that somebody does some serious activity, whether hydrogen reduction at all is feasible or scalable, something like that? I mean, Tata Steel or any other industry in the country. Narendran, would you like to?
Yeah. So, already there is work going on, for instance, in Japan, etc., of using hydrogen in the blast furnace, use it in place of PCI, so you inject small volumes and see how it works, etc., right? So that is one part. The second part is what Europe is working towards, etc., is more shift to gas-based DRI, and over a period of time substitute the gas with hydrogen, right? And different degrees of hydrogen. So it's not just about substituting everything, but continuing to incrementally change the composition, and so this is how the steel industry is looking at migrating, but it's to be 10 years away, and like Dr. Sanak Mishra said, one is to have 1 or 2 pilot plants. Then the other thing is that hydrogen has to be green. Yeah. If that hydrogen is not green, it doesn't again solve the problem, right? So you should get green hydrogen available in plenty and at $2 or less, and then you can really think of commercially substituting coal. And this is just the beginning. I mean, today there's almost 1 billion tons of steel made using coal. So how do you scale up to that level? So I think there is a very significant challenge. The solution is there, theoretically at least, because there are many industries for which you don't have a solution. Here you have a technical solution, theoretical solution. Work is going on scaling it up, and that's where the carbon pricing, etc., becomes important. In Europe, you're willing to invest in all that because the carbon price is 63 euros a ton and expected to go to 100 euros a ton, right, in the next few years. So there is incentive to migrate towards that. But if there's no such disincentive or incentive, 63 euros a ton is more than the EBITDA margin of the steel industry in most years. Forget this year and last year, right? So who's going to pay that cost? Are customers going to pay more than 63 euros a ton for green steel? Again, if you look at the math, auto industry may be willing to, but auto industry is 20% of the steel consumption. Construction industry, 60% of the steel consumption. So there is a lot of challenge in the detail. I'm not saying it can't be done, but we need to think through. That's why I keep emphasizing on the complexity of execution and the need to not underestimate that.
So incentive is a major bottleneck, possibly. I mean, unless there is a very strong incentive or a compulsion, there's very little chance that somebody would take it up seriously. But did anyone of you talk about the CO2 sequestration? And Nandan, I think you did mention that Tata Steel is doing something. That's another thing where cement, steel, even petroleum, everybody will emit CO2. But if we can capture a lot more of that and recycle or make it in some useful product. I'm sure a lot of work are being done, but is there any good hope coming out?
Yes, there is a good hope because in the month of August only, Asian Development Bank has done feasibility study for 5 lakh ton capture of carbon dioxide in Dalmia cement plant, and they have found that one, it can be captured effectively, as well it can be utilized effectively, and they have identified fertilizer industry as one of the user. There are many other user industry. Only thing is it needs about $85 as a carbon price. And then the collaborator, one as a fertilizer plant, and secondly, the supplier of solar power.
It has to be on site so that there's no transportation or something. But that's also something, converting this into fertilizer is not new. This was being talked for a long time, but I was curious to know whether any breakthrough has been achieved or in the site.
In IFCO, it is being used, carbon dioxide is being used for fertilizer, and now we are going with the proposal for green finance, and maybe if international carbon market also matures, then definitely we should be able to get roughly €100 or $100, and then that can make the sense.
Okay.
I think maybe I can answer Indranil. This is Madhukar Garg.
I was about to ask you.
Yeah, carbon capture is something which is quite mature technology as far as, I mean, when I say mature, there's always something new coming up. But there's a number now put up that the cost of CO2 capture should be less than $30 a ton of CO2 to make it even worth considering. Forget about commercial viability. And it will be great if it can be reduced down to $10 a kilo in terms of CO2. In fact, our own young engineers from India, they have a very good business that they started up called Clean Carbon Solutions, and they have installed a CO2 capture unit down south in, where they're capturing CO2, and it's a commercial thing. They've got a lot of projects worldwide. But I think the other side of the story, after capturing CO2, what do you do with that?
Yes.
The oil industry has actually invented one method where you can take two greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide and methane, and do what is called as dry reforming to make hydrogen or syngas. And that also has a few strong technical problems in terms of carbon. That is, you get carbon deposits on the nickel catalyst, etc., etc. But when you talk about CO2, for example, even, I mean, if you talk about Jamnagar refinery, we are not talking about 1 kilo, 1 ton, 5 ton, 10 ton. You're talking about millions of tons of CO2 emissions. And if you really want to actually use and recycle the entire CO2, it's a very, very difficult task. I mean, because I don't think we have learned how to actually use the CO2 effectively. So the oil industry is only looking at an opportunity of carbon capture and storage. And even that is not cheap. So roughly that is the way people are going. And when we talk about blue hydrogen, that is what it's all about. You generate hydrogen, you capture CO2, and you bury it underground. So that's the way the industry is going forward.
So, Dr. Manna, the carbon clean solution that Mr. Madhukar talked about is what we've implemented in Tata Steel in Jamshedpur. It's a 5-ton-a-day plant. The CO2 is being used in the steel mill shop. So we capture the blast furnace gas and split the CO2 and hydrogen and use the CO2 in the steel mill shop. But again, that's 5 tons a day. We need to solve a much bigger problem.
It doesn't get publicized, Narendran. It doesn't get publicized. I think these innovations should be reported and should be brought out well.
I think Rangan had a very
It is very well known in the industry. These two boys who have actually created this fantastic company.
Correct.
They made India proud.
INAE doesn't know. Can you give the numbers that you had for the Amla plant?
We have signed contract with this company, and now we'll be executing the contract also.
Rangan?
Yeah, so this is a it's a little old, the numbers, but they have the CCUS facility, which is taking the essentially from the flue gases and then using it for urea, and the effective cost.
This is at Amla.
Amla.
IFCO at Amla.
Yeah. If you do the numbers, it comes out to just about $12 per ton. Of course, this is about 7 or 8 years old number, so the number may be slightly higher. But then the problem becomes that if you do not have a utilization at that site, if you want to transport it and store it, then you're in. It just goes haywire. Yeah.
So I'm actually delighted that we have this conversation happening amongst the panelists. This is exactly what this is about. We are past 6 o'clock. So I want to thank all the panelists. I'm delighted that Mr. Narendran is still with us. And I want to thank Dr. Mishra, Mr. Singhi, Dr. Garg, and obviously Professor Banerjee for this amazingly interesting discussion. Many, many thanks. This is going to be amazingly difficult to summarize, but I will try to do that, not today, but possibly later. Professor Manna, let me hand this over to you for the last words.
Well, I mean, I have only one pleasant duty to perform. I mean, I must profusely and most sincerely thank all the panelists. I was listening all along, and I mean, they certainly have done not only good homework, but also have given us clue for the future. So a very sincere thanks to Mr. Narendran, Dr. Garg, and all Mr. Singh and all other panelists who actually have made, and Rangan, of course, my good friend. So we will capture, Dr. Mathur, we need to capture this. We have records, so we will create certain recommendations. And you know very well that the Engineers Conclave is meant for that whatever recommendations emerge, we actually create it as a document and then give it to the government. And also don't immediately forget about it. We pursue even after that. So on behalf of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, and certainly I would like to place on record our deepest appreciation to all the panelists and Dr. Ajay Mathur, who is the architect for today's entire deliberations of the 8 Engineers Conclave of INAE. Thank you so much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you. We will meet tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Cheers. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Professor Pandit,
yes.
I hand over the baby to you.
No, I think this has been outstanding. I've been off and on and off, but I think it has gone very well. I'm very pleased with these entire efforts, and I think Colonel should also be complimented and all the INAE team for making impeccable arrangements and keeping everybody informed with all the requirements in terms of details which are required, so on and so forth. So compliments to INAE team. And let's hope.
Compliments to INAE also for this flawless web platform.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. Is I think once you have all those details and you have a good connectivity, online mode is a much more relaxed and I would say creative mode, because you don't have to worry about anything else, but you are just sitting in front of a television and then commenting it as you do while watching serials. That's all there is to it.
Many, many thanks.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
First day well spent, always good for the conference.
Right. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you,
Chaturvedi. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all your help, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chaturvedi, sir, thank you.
Thank you. No, you and your team have done a wonderful job. And everyone, it was quite a difficult task this morning, but you have done
yes,
it.
Shastri sir is also seeing the whole thing, sir. Tomorrow also we are well prepared, sir.
Colonel, you have done an excellent job. I hope you will do the same tomorrow also.
Oh, yes,
okay.
Tomorrow's program is more rigidly fixed, sir. We had the uncertainty of the minister and the PSA today. Tomorrow there is no such uncertainty. We have everything in hand.
And but the only thing I was feeling after seeing today,
we don't have time for the panel discussions at all, tomorrow. That is the thing, where the ideas can come out.
No, but you have the same 1 hour for the panel.
Yes, sir. But only thing is tomorrow the number of speakers per session are less.
So you have more time.
Sometimes 5 here, sometimes 6.
But the thing is, it is not a single subject, You see, you have to cover 4 subjects in 4 different fields, as far as my telecom, electronics and communication is concerned.
Yeah, you're right.
If it had been some decarbonization or some such thing like that, you can get more. For each this one, even to take 2 questions will be a good big this one, And people are different areas working. See, one man is an expert in routers, the other man is expert in something else. So, that anyhow, let us see how it goes tomorrow.
No, today you had one advantage was the panelists who were chosen were at the top level. So they have been on the board level or so. They have worked. So they could talk on the policy and they had an overview of everything.
Right.
Whereas tomorrow you have many operational level people. So what you are saying, I agree with you, Shastri Sahab. Tomorrow you'll have a little more challenging task.
And the subjects are also,
they're very
diffused,
yes.
very different, for not a focused area of this one work,
Correct.
There are all Amrit movements. There are Amrit movements of umpteen numbers are there, in engineering.
Yes, I agree with you. Yes.
These things,
No, but tomorrow's is very diversified. Very
But anyhow, there are also some inputs can come,
Correct.
But one good thing I've seen is most of them are on-hands worked on those fields. See, who have really done the real work in that areas.
Yeah.
That's a good, this one, So their inputs are also important. Okay.
So Colonel Saab, how much time are you keeping for the coordinator's presentation in the evening?
Sir, that's an open time with us. It's 1 hour time total validity session. We are not sure what Dr. Shankar Monday will be speaking, how long, but since it's the end of the day, sir, we can always adapt the time as per the requirement.
And one more thing,
about 10-15 minutes. 10 minutes?
I think, sir, welcome address should not be more than 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe Dr. Shankar Monday would speak for maybe 10-15 minutes.
20
Vote of
minutes.
thanks 5 minutes. So basically, you have good half an hour, maybe 15 minutes each, sir, for each of the. Yes, sir.
Shankar Monday normally comes with a prepared presentation. So,
sir.
Okay.
So, but anyhow, we should be prepared to speak for anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes. So don't overshoot.
Yes,
and say the main points. Just give out the main takeaways rather than giving details. Details we can then put it in the report.
I think one observation I have made today is that participation is not all that good here. The
participation,
sir,
actually Engineers Conclave 50-60, people kept on coming in and going out, sir, as per the interest level. It's not the same set of people who attended.
No, but see, we have a wide variation of almost 800 fellows itself.
At the Vigyan Bhavan,
remove the 17 people who are in one way or the other connected with the presentations. See, hardly some 30 people have participated. That means.
Yeah. This last session, I was seeing that besides the panelists, there were 21.
Yes.
So I don't know. This has been the trend last year also when we had the presentation by the new fellows. In my session, we had three presentations. So at the first presentation there were 5, second presentation there were 3, and the last presentation was only the speaker. That was the case last year.
So
excepting for Colonel Rai, there was no one else there.
Are we not publicizing? That's what is my own point. Anyhow, we'll discuss it later.
No, they send it out to the whole. Send it out to the whole fellowship. But this just shows that let's see about how we can do it in future. But anyway,
that the post session brainstorming we can have.
We can do. So anyhow,
especially for today's,
once again, congratulations to you and your whole team, Pratigya, and all of them, everyone.
And convey our, sort of.
No, they have worked very hard till last minute. They were making changes and updating. It's not so easy. It's not so easy.
Convey this to your team also. You know,
Sure, sir. My team is
the
absolutely
way you have
ready.
done is really good. Okay.
Good.
All the
Okay.
best
Fine.
and good. You have really you're a team leader. Good.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good. Very well done, sir. Thank you.
Very good,
And
sir.
goodbye. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. See you tomorrow, sir.
Bye.
To be addressed. So thank you very, very much.